Test one, two. Is something coming through now? Can you hear me? That yes, you hear me.
To provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong,
we care,
we serve.
For us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive And so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on this specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we are facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent, since 2009, several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong.
We care.
We serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through Memoranda of Understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batupili principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program,
we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design...
Good morning, colleagues. I'm just coming, we're not starting yet because the room is not even 70% full. So my suggestion is that we wait for the next 5 minutes. I take it that perhaps there could be some colleagues who are outside and still registering, and those that are still drinking tea, if we can encourage them to complete that exercise as they get in, and we will be starting shortly. Otherwise, if we start very late, the day is going to be too long. So my humble appeal is that as soon as it reaches 15 minutes past 9, we will be starting. Thanks.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. How are you? Good. DDG Maja, Dr. Maja, Dr. Letwalo, leading the provincial colleagues, and Dr. Maja, our DDG, leading the National School of Government colleagues, and the entire entourage from that section. We greet you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to the PLE session for this province, dedicated to you. It's just dedicated to you. It's a provincial PLE session brought to yourselves, courtesy of the National School of Government and the European Union, which is funding these very important interactive engagements with HRD colleagues throughout the country, and for which we are thankful for being able to broaden access to topical key conversations without which we would not tick and be updated. The session will be facilitated by a very experienced panel of expert member who works with the NSG closely. I have therefore the honor, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce Mr. Soli Mokhalade, who boasts years of experience in leadership, especially in the public sector, coupled with a proven track record in operational leadership, strategy, development, project management, financial and people management, as well as stakeholder management. He holds a master's degree in public management, which was obtained from Regenesis School of Public Management, among other academic qualifications. He also completed the Gordon Institute of Business Science Executive Leadership Development Program, besides the Change Management Leadership Training with RIPA, which is in London. He has held senior positions in various spheres in the public sector, which include that of Executive Director for Service Delivery Training and Development at the Eastwhile South African Management Development Institute, SAMDI. He's also been a Chief Director at the then Palama, which is now the National School of Government, a Deputy Director General, Public Sector Development at the Gauteng City Region Academy. At the local government sphere, he served as Regional Executive Director for Region 2 in the city of Tshwane, and later on as Chief Executive Officer of Tshwane Economic Development Agency. His current passions is management consulting in broader organizational development discipline, learning and development strategy, mapping and performance consulting, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the pilot of our two-day session, Mr. Mokhalade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shezi, for that glowing introduction. I know that you often do it so well, and infusing from time to time descriptives such as renowned and whatnot. So I do appreciate that. And a very good morning to you all, colleagues. As it was introduced, yeah, that's me. I'm going to be your pilot for the next 2 days starting from now. It's actually something of a passion to me that I'm doing this on behalf of the National School of Government. At the time when the Public Sector Training Forum was started, I remember we traversed the length and breadth of this country, setting up provincial HRD forums and making sure that we arrive at the stage where today we can meet the way we are meeting. My, if you like, strategic vision at the time, and still continues to be the case up to now, was to see the PSTF mature to a stage where as a community of practice, we can become a force to be reckoned with, if I may use that expression. And that has to do with some of the insights that we are deriving from similar formations, nationally and internationally. I mean, during the course of the day, I will be doing a presentation on organizational resilience, where I'm drawing some of the insights in terms of the content I will be presenting from the sources that have been developed by organizations that have constituted themselves in the same fashion as we have done with the PSTF. So the ambition is to arrive at that stage where we are able to generate the research outputs, be a master in our own right in terms of the development of toolkits, newsletters, etc., obviously under the custodianship of the National School of Government, so that we can even consult for the national government on matters that pertain to human resource management and development broadly. So that has been my passion over the days. Dr. Shezi has aptly mentioned that we are meeting here as the PLE. Some of those who might not know what a PLE session is, it's peer learning exchange. Now, I'm using it as part of the opening remarks because the peer learning exchange by its nature demands that there needs to be that robust engagement amongst ourselves. So as we will be receiving presentations, the idea is to make sure that we imbibe the content, but we also analyze it, raise very strategic content, questions around them, and make sure that we are able to learn from one another. So this is what peer learning exchanges are about. But they are also, in terms of the NSG philosophy, aimed at creating what is commonly known as a gracious space. So this is our gracious space, where no opinion is wrong, where no question is out of question. So you have to feel free to ask the questions that you would like to ask, to participate in a manner that will make sure that there is a takeaway from your side as we conclude the two-day session of the PLE. Now, as I conclude with the opening remarks, I thought it is important that I just introduce some of the slight changes we have on our program, and I guess that you do have copies of the program. So in terms of the first part of the program, the opening and welcome, which was supposed to be done by the principal of the NSG, the principal is unfortunately not able to be with us today, but will be represented by Dr. Maja, the DDG at the NSG. So you will note that after the opening and welcome, there's also another presentation that will be coming at 10 o'clock by the same Dr. Bochabelo Maja. So that is going to be, if you like, a combined presentation by Dr. Maja, so that we have a seamless process there. And after I have said what I wanted to say just in terms of opening, we will then also have in that slot Dr. Shezi coming again as head of the Secretariat of the PSTF to share with us the purpose, part of which has already been done, but perhaps in a nuanced and more detailed descriptions. Dr. Shezi will take us through what are the objectives of the two-day sessions. And then the keynote address, colleagues, which was supposed to be done by the DG Nchabeleng of Limpopo Provincial Government, will now be done by Dr. Letsoalo. Dr. Letsoalo is here with us. You'll note that Dr. Letsoalo also comes in tomorrow's program on the provincial report on the HRD matters. So this is the change that will happen for today, and tomorrow you will have just a slight change after the first break, which will be happening at 11. We will still have Ms. Komotos Koko coming in at that time to do a presentation on instilling a culture of ethical behavior and looking at it from the point of view of the role of HRD practitioners. But instead of having the provincial report kicking in immediately thereafter, we will have Ms. Tanya Cohen, who will be looking at working from home. That presentation will be at the 12:30 slot, up to 1:30. So our lunch will therefore be at 1:30. And then from there, we will have Rebecca Dube's slot, which was meant to be at 15 hours, coming a little bit earlier, where Tanya Cohen was. So that is the change. The reason for that is because your 15-hour slot by Rebecca is a slot that, I mean, if I might be personal a little bit, from a facilitation point of view, this is what creates an opportunity and space for us to reconnect as we meet again with the issues that shall have been raised from these 2-day sessions. Now that we recognize it as a PLE, it is important that we take a leaf from the discussions that we had, reconnect with those discussions, the views and the agreements and the resolutions we might have adopted as we measure our progress moving forward as the PSTF. This to ensure that we avoid being a talk shop, but are able to demonstrate the gains that we are making in the course of time. So that is going to be the program as it stands, colleagues. And let me then take this opportunity to call to the stage Dr. Maja to deal with those 2 items as indicated. Thanks.
Good morning, good morning. Lina la ka ke Botjhabelo Maja, wa ga Maja, kgoši ya ga Maja. Ga Maja is about 20 kilometers from here. Ga Maja ba ne naga about 20 kilometers from here. So ke naga e leng gore re tswaletše go yona, re goletše go yona. Is there a problem? You can't hear, so I must raise my voice. No, I don't take off my mask. I'm not gonna die today. So I'll raise my voice. So my name is Botjhabelo Maja. I'm going to talk to you about 2 things that are related. The first is what we are doing in welcoming you at the National School of Government. So we need to welcome you to this session by first sharing with you what we are doing at the National School of Government to reimagine ourselves. We use the word reimagine. We don't want to use restructuring and stuff like that. So we use the word reimagine. So we are trying to reimagine the National School of Government, and there are a number of things that we are doing in pursuit of that reimagining process. So that's the first thing that I'm going to share with you. The second part that I'm going to share with you will be about how we are reimagining the public sector. So we are also reimagining the public sector. We call it professionalization of the public sector. We are doing these two things, reimagining the National School of Government and also reimagining the public sector in pursuit of what we call behavior change. We are chasing behavior change. We are trying to see whether the public sector in South Africa can change. Why are we doing these two things? We are doing these two things for one reason. That is to achieve the goal that is the National Development Plan. South Africa has agreed, and I'm not saying government, I'm saying South Africa has agreed to a National Development Plan. Many of us know it maybe as Vision 2030. So what it means is that by the year 2030, we are supposed to have achieved certain is 9 years away. That's why we're doing these two reimaginings of the NSG and also of the public sector. We want to achieve Vision 2030. So about 2 months ago, we had this peer learning session in Mpumalanga, in Hazyview. So I was making this presentation to public servants in Mpumalanga. So I told them about, has it improved? It's fine, thank you. So I told them about Bloomberg. Bloomberg is an international news agency that does ratings and stuff like that. I'm sure you know about it. They write about different countries, their economies and stuff like that. So I shared with the public servants in that meeting what Bloomberg said about South Africa in November last year. So I said to them, Bloomberg says South Africa will be a failed state by the year 2030. The country will no longer exist by the year 2030. What happened in Zimbabwe will be a joke. So I shared this with them. So I said, on the year that we are hoping to be cruising, because Vision 2030 says by 2030 we should be cruising. There is this report from Bloomberg that says we will not be even existing. So nobody really, I think, took me serious when I shared this. And maybe some of them might have remembered what I said 2 weeks ago when we saw what we saw with civil unrest and looting in South Africa. Maybe 2030 is too far away. Maybe we don't need 9 years for our country to collapse. Maybe it is collapsing now as we speak. There was looting in Hammersdale yesterday. Hammersdale was on fire yesterday. Why am I starting like this? I'm starting like this because unless we who are in this room do something, because we are government. In this room, it is government. Unless if we as government, all of us individually and collectively sitting here, do something, our children will not find a country that exists. We are going to oversee a country that has collapsed. So, we are trying from our side, as the National School of Government, to say, let us do these two things: reimagine the NSG and reimagine the public sector. But the second part of reimagining the public sector will not happen without you. Now, we were talking about the COVID crisis about a week ago with some of my colleagues. And one of them said to me, because I was saying, COVID is a big problem that I hope we'll be able to overcome. And she said to me, well, there are predictions actually that climate change is going to be bigger a crisis than COVID. Greece has been burning for weeks. Turkey has been burning for weeks. Florida has been burning for weeks. South America has been burning for weeks. Asia has been flooded for weeks. I can go on. Are we ready? This is our job as public servants, to make sure that when we reimagine ourselves as a public sector, we are ready to deal with those things. So we raise these issues because if we are not ready, COVID will be a picnic. When climate change hits us, we will be finished. So these are the challenges that we are experiencing. They are not only based in this country. COVID is an international pandemic. Climate change is an international problem. But I am sure all of you have noticed how different countries have behaved and reacted differently in the face of this COVID crisis. It is because their public sector has the necessary professionalism to deal with crisis when it emerges. Are we ourselves ready to deal with crises when they emerge? Because we will not be spared. What we have seen so far with COVID, we've seen an unprecedented looting and damage to property in this country never seen before 1994. That's what we've seen. If we're hit by the fires that are happening in Turkey and Greece and the floods that are happening in Asia, what will be the first instinct of a South African in that situation? Will it be to deal with the crisis and resolve it, or will it be to loot? That is a sad question we have to ask ourselves. And us as government officials, what has been our role and contribution to that reaction? So these challenges that we are seeing, we like to use the example of the plane, because it's an easy example to use. I mean, I didn't know this, but now I know. Most airplane crashes, most disasters with aeroplanes happen either 20 minutes after takeoff or 20 minutes before landing. So most aeroplanes, they crash 20 minutes before, after takeoff, or 20 minutes before landing. Most airplane crashes are disastrous. What I mean is that people die. So we like to use the analogy of the airline industry, because in that industry, the consequences of not being ready are very serious. If you fly a plane and you are not properly ready to fly that plane and it crashes, people die. If the plane itself is not ready to fly, people will die. So we use the airline industry. So in the airline industry, building capacity and capability of everyone involved is key. Pilots have to periodically go back to what is called the simulator. You don't just fly a plane because you've got qualifications. No, qualifications are only the beginning. Even when you've been flying an aeroplane for 100 years, you still go back to the simulator to be tested, to be checked. Let me give you a very interesting story about an Airbus that crashed about 10 years ago into the Hudson River in the USA, in the middle of New York. So there was this aeroplane. This is a true story, by the way. There's even a book written about it. There's even a movie written about it. So this aeroplane took off, and about 20 minutes into taking off, it suffered what is called a bird strike. A bird strike usually is when a flock of birds fly into the engine of a plane. So the result with this aeroplane carrying about 300 people was that everything died. All engines stopped working. So now you have about 300 people stuck in an aeroplane 20,000 feet high that does not have engines. That plane was able to land in a big city in the world called New York on the Hudson River, and not even one person died. Not even one person died. When they investigated this airplane crash, and because everybody couldn't understand how is it possible that a plane carrying 300 people can land in a river in a way that it does not break, it does not explode, and they're able to land it in the middle of a river, and they open doors and people walk out of this plane and they go home. There are 4 reasons that the investigation found. I will not talk about the 2, I will focus on these 2. They found that the reason why that plane was able to land successfully, firstly, was because of the skills and capacity of both the pilots and the air hostesses. The decisions that the pilot and the co-pilot were able to make in milliseconds were the difference between life and death because of their training. The second reason, they found that it was the teamwork. There was a lot of teamwork that triggered the action between the pilot and the air hostesses. So this reimagining that I'm talking about of the public sector and our use of the airline industry as an example is an attempt to see whether in this country can we have public servants that are like pilots? Can we have public servants similar to the pilot and the air hostesses of that plane that landed in the Hudson River? And we are reimagining the public sector, hoping to achieve that, and we need you to work with us in this process. What we don't need are public servants who will say, it's not my job. Like this one, whose job was to prepare a soccer field and decided that that tree is not his job. So we talk about these issues because we do not want a situation like you have in the Vaal. In the Vaal, this street here on the left-hand side exists, is a true street. It's not made up, it's not photoshopped. If you go to the Vaal, you will find a street like that. There are many streets like that in the Vaal. We hope we don't have public servants who are like that. So we want to create a public sector that does the right thing. We want to ensure that we have a government that is both strong, that has the capacity and that can deal with the scope of what is required, including, of course, the challenges of the modern age with these pandemics that we're facing. So we talk about these because the National Development Plan is wanting of us to do certain things for Vision 2030 to be realized in 9 years' time. Now, there are a number of issues, therefore, that we would like to encourage you to begin embracing, to begin accepting as part of building this public sector that we are reimagining. It requires us to be committed. It requires us to be diligent. Now, on Sunday night, let me backtrack. Last week, Monday, Eskom announced to us that Medupi is now final, is ready. There's no more construction at Medupi. It's now generating full power. This was last week. On Sunday night, this Sunday, 6 days later, Eskom tells us that that unit that they told us was ready last week has exploded. I'm not making this up. So Sikonati Manjanja is telling us now yesterday that no, somebody put air in that unit when there was hydrogen. No, really, a human being called a South African was checking and looking for leaks, whether there are any leaks in this unit on Sunday night. They are supposed to put air into this unit to look for leaks. But before they do that, they must drain out the hydrogen that is in the unit before they put air. But these people on Sunday put air on top of hydrogen, and the thing exploded. That's not diligent. So we hope that as we have this conversation, we will have that public service that is diligent. It will also be prudent. It will be masterful. Of course, it will be ethical. You know, it's only in South Africa where we talk about being ethical, by the way. Nowhere else in the world, governments talk about being ethical. It is assumed everybody is ethical. It's only here where being ethical is an achievement. Like, hey, I'm clean, I'm ethical. No. So we hope that it will lead to a public service that is ethical and that is prudent, that is diligent, but also that is innovative. I won't talk about this one. This one happened earlier this year, also in the US. Again, we use the airline industry as an example. You'll remember there was this aeroplane that landed and everybody came out alive with one engine on fire and running on one engine. It happened in March or February this year. So we are reimagining the NSG to see whether we can't help the rest of the public sector in our country to be ready so that by the year 2030, we still have a country that is successful and that has not yet collapsed. So we share with you these aspects because we are hoping that it needs to be professionalized, this public sector that we are talking about. And we've taken a conversation to Cabinet where Cabinet has approved for us to professionalize the National School of Government. We have a number of programs that we run. Many of you are aware of them. From Breaking Barriers, which is targeting entry-level public servants, to the Executive Induction Program, which is targeting DGs and DDGs. This is part of us beginning to reimagine the public sector. And we hope that with the interventions that we're making, whether it be the economic governance preschool that is targeting ministers, whether it be Etella, which is one of our new programs that is targeting senior managers, that we will be able to begin to reimagine a different public sector that is ready, that is able to be diligent, prudent, and also ethical. So we then said, over and above these specific interventions that we have, as I'm showing you, we need to professionalize the public service. I will come back to this slide in about 5 minutes or so. We need to professionalize the public service because it is only when we are professional ourselves that we can land an engineless plane on the Hudson River. It is only when we are professionalized that we can land a one-engine plane in an airport nearby and everybody is safe. So we enter into partnerships with a number of key institutions as part of this professionalization because we are conscious of the fact that we ourselves as a national school cannot be the be-all and end-all. We don't know everything ourselves. So as we are reimagining ourselves, we are also looking at partnerships. We are entering into a number of partnerships where we are pooling resources from wherever they are anywhere in the world to assist us with this second task of professionalizing the public sector. So we have those partnerships that you are seeing there. These are partnerships that we hope that we will be able to grow and enhance. We are also bringing in retired public servants into the National School of Government, retired DGs, retired DDGs, and all former senior managers of government to also assist us as part of reimagining the public sector. We have appointed a number of them. Former DG in the presidency, Dr. Cassius Lubisi, is one of the fellows that we have appointed at the National School of Government, who's assisting us with the induction of new DGs because he's worked in that field for many years. He knows it, he's done the job, and he's understood how it needs to be done. Of course, the world of work is changing. COVID has been fast in speeding up that change in the world of work. 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago to be exact, I was listening to the Director General of the World Health Organization. And he said, the world must forget about going back to the normal that we used to know before COVID. He said, the world must forget about going back to the old normal that we used to know before COVID. I was eavesdropping when we were having tea on 2 of our colleagues who are here, and one of them was lamenting this COVID, and he was saying, hey, this thing of working from home doesn't work, I mean, this thing must end, and I just laughed, It's not gonna end, my friend. It's not gonna end. Last week, they told us that 60% of hospitalizations due to COVID in the UK are the fully vaccinated. 60% of hospitalizations in the UK are the fully vaccinated. Yes, you must fully vaccinate. Don't get me wrong. You must fully vaccinate because deaths have dropped drastically in the UK because of vaccination. ICU has dropped drastically in the UK because of vaccination. But still, we have a problem. And what COVID has done is to speed up change. In the NSG, we introduced e-learning, Solman, about 4 or 5 years ago, e-learning programs. We had colleagues in the NSG who would tell you, hey, I'm going to Polokwane to train on e-learning. People want to do e-learning face-to-face. The virtual thing is real. We are not going to go back. You might just as well, that room that you are using for your virtual meetings at home, keep it. You're gonna need it for the rest of your life. Embrace it, because what we have now realized is that actually we can work from home. We can work from home. It's 2021. Do you know how much this government is saving on travel, subsistence, hotels, venues? And we are now saving money that we don't have. We are spending, as South Africa, more money servicing our debt. The money we spend to service our debt is more than the money we spend in education. And this was before the riots, by the way. So the world of work is changing. And we hope that as we reimagine this public sector, it will be reimagined differently. It will be reimagined cognizant of the fact that the guy who used to fly in a helicopter 10 years ago to take aerial pictures does not need a helicopter today, does not need to fly today, because there are drones that can do all of that work for him. So that's the reality of the world of work that we're facing today. And that's what we are hoping, that as we professionalize the public sector, as we achieve this reimagining of the public sector, that we'll reimagine it in a different space. Colleagues, I want to then share with you for the next 10 minutes, because I don't want to spend too much time. People can only listen to one person for about 20 minutes. So I forgot my phone there, Solman. I don't know how long have I been speaking. So I'm going to try now to be quite sharp so that I'm done in 5 to 10 minutes. So we are professionalizing the public service. What are the things that we want to do? We want to introduce a number of things. And this is in the public comment process that we are busy with at the moment. And we are taking this back to Cabinet before the end of this year for final approval. So there are two ways that we are doing this. One way is through the professionalization framework itself. The other way is through the legislative process. So ourselves and the Department of Public Service and Administration are currently pushing through to Parliament amendments to the Public Service Act and also amendments to the Public Administration Management Act. What we are proposing there in both those laws are a number of acts that will help us to professionalize the public service. For instance, one of the things that we're dealing with is the tenure of directors general. And we are proposing that we need to find a way of stabilizing the top echelon of government so that there is predictability, so that there is succession, and therefore the tenure of directors generals needs to be looked at. We are revisiting the revolving door policy. This policy was adopted by Cabinet in 2008. What it does is that if you are in government, you should be able to go into private sector, your simulator, to enhance and redevelop yourself. Public sector must also be ready and willing to accept those from private sector to come in to assist us with new knowledge and new skills and so forth. So those are some of the interventions that we are making. But more specifically, in terms of the public sector itself, there are a number of interventions that we are making. Firstly, we are making an intervention in terms of what we call a meritocratic public service. We want to bring back merit. We learned this from China. In China, you don't just wake up and say, hey, I feel like being a public servant. You spend years learning. You spend years gaining experience. You spend years proving yourself, piloting and testing, before you get a junior position where you must still prove yourself. To be a president in China, you have to have successfully run a region or a factory or something. You don't just say, hey, the branches. No, you don't. So we're introducing this merit-based system. Part of then introducing this merit-based system is that to join government in South Africa, we're saying you must do exams. You can't just say, hey, these are my qualifications, and then here's my CV, and then here's the interview, I'm done. No, we're adding exams. We've already done so, by the way, for senior management. You can't be a director, a chief director, a DDG, a DG, without doing Nukela. It's our examination. And you must complete it successfully even before you're interviewed. We're going to introduce the same exam system below SMS. We are learning these things from our international comparison. So what does all of this mean? It means that we are hoping that in terms of the work that we will be doing, we will, of course, have that ethical public service, but it will be competent, it will be diligent, it will be prudent, and all the other attributes that I mentioned earlier on. There are two slides that I want to share with you, which are very important in terms of our attempt to professionalize the public service, and then I'll close. The first slide is this one. In our attempt to professionalize the public service, we are going to do three things. We're focusing firstly on what we call professionalization itself, which is targeting individuals. So each and every one of you, we will be targeting you. So you need to think of yourself as an individual and say, how will this professionalization affect me? The second thing that we are doing is what we call the profession. And there we are targeting the discipline within the profession. So we are going to introduce very strict consequence management aspects to being a public servant. Now, and it's simple. So today, as we sit here, if you misbehave here at the Premier's office, it's between you and the Premier's office, right? I mean, if you misbehave with Treasury here, Limpopo Treasury, you can only be disciplined by Limpopo Treasury, right? If the DG of Limpopo Treasury says, hey, this is a comrade, you know, I don't want to do anything because the branch, then you're good. I get today. So we know that. This is the employer-employee relationship. That's all we have. As things stand, that's all we have. We are introducing something that has never been done in South Africa. We are introducing a threesome. There's a third person that we are introducing. And we call this the profession. So, what does this mean? To be a director for supply chain management, not only will you do the Nukela exam, but you must also belong to SAICA, as an example. We are going to have professional bodies in the public service. So you must belong to SAICA. To be a chief financial officer, when they appoint you, you must also produce a license from SAICA. So that license will be part of your conditions of employment. Why are we doing this? Because if one day SAICA calls you to their offices and says, hey, we've been reading these things about you in the newspapers, we are going to have a hearing, and they decide to withdraw your certification with them, then the employer will have to then call you to the office and say, we understand your certification with SAICA is no longer valid, and therefore you can't be a CFO. So that's the profession, which is the second part. The third part is about professionalization itself, which is targeting the sector. And here we are clear. The public sector itself must be professional. It's no use having professionals working in an unprofessional space. How can you be a trained and professional motor mechanic, but the person you report to, I don't want to sound like, you know what I'm saying. No. He must also know everything about motor mechanics. So that when you say as a subordinate, we can't fix this car in one day. Because with an engine breakdown, we need to skim it, we need to take out the engine, and then we need to bore it, and then we need to test it. He must know what you're talking about. And he must say, yeah, but usually, you know, I hear you, it can't take 1 day, but it usually takes 5 days. You say, yeah, but it takes 5 days if the damage is like this. You say, okay, let's aim for 5 days and let's see whether the damage will allow us to fix it in 5 days. So that's the third level, the sector itself. It has to be professional. So all of us, you can't, I mean, you know, you can't just be a DDG because, you know, you have to be an expert in the field. So even in the interview processes, I mean, the Minister of Public Service is quite clear. Even the panels that are interviewing people have to be experts in that field. I mean, imagine me interviewing a pilot. Okay, fine, I mean, I've been in a plane, but imagine, I mean, if that pilot says, you know, when we take off at 160 degrees and we do a U-turn, I mean, I won't get it. I will say, oh, hey, well done, well done. So that's what we are dealing with. So that's the first slide. The second slide, and then I'm going to close, that I want to talk to you about is this one. So we are going to be introducing what we call the 5 pillars of professionalization across the value chain, because we can't do it hit and run. So pre-entry, I've spoken a lot about pre-entry. There's a lot of things that we're putting in place there, certifications, exams. And then we are going to be dealing with induction and what we call onboarding. Onboarding is like going back to the simulator. So all of us who've been public servants for 100 years will keep on having to come back to the simulator to be retrained, to be refreshed, to understand our work better. And then the third leg will focus on planning, it will focus on performance management, and all those aspects that are core to us being able to deliver on what the National Development Plan requires of us by 2030. And then we will then be dealing with continuing professional development. We are hoping to introduce CPD points so that you accumulate those points as you come back for onboarding and retraining. And when you don't come back, you begin to lose those points. And then the last part is about career progression and career incidents. And part of the intervention that we're making, which is targeting DGs and their tenure, is about career progression and also about career incidents. One of the things that we've been very bad at as South Africans is succession planning. And we're hoping that in this last pillar, when we deal with issues of succession planning, we'll be able to do them professionally. I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maja. Scary, but very interesting colleagues, isn't it? I'm sure the minds are racing about the many questions that you're going to be having. We will create a slot for us to interact with this presentation once we have received the welcome address from the province. But thank you very much, Dr. Maja, for reminding us yet again about that Bloomberg report. And I'm going to encourage colleagues that you just hit, as I asked him, when he told us about it in Mpumalanga, to just hit it on Google, the Bloomberg report, so to get into the details of what that report is saying. It does list a number of things, some of which he has already mentioned, in the form of the rising inequalities in the South African society being one of the reasons why you will have the things such as he has articulated in the form of the recent unrests. But getting very deep into some of the strategic, what he calls strategic fiascos that we got ourselves into as a country post-1994. The non-alignment between strategy and what needed to be done. in a country that has committed itself to being a developmental state, in a country that had a vision to be a capable state, an ethical state. And yes, towards the end, then the report reminds us about the impact of the coronavirus, etc., as a final nail into the coffin. But a number of things are stated in that report that I think people such as ourselves that are responsible for people issues in organizations, in departments where we serve, need to be familiar with. So I'm going to encourage that we make some time to ourselves and get hold of that report and read to get acclimatized to the details that it is foregrounding. Dr. Maja talks about the importance of this room becoming a source for bespoke solutions to the problems afflicting the public service. It cannot be overemphasized. We need to be custodians of the solutions to the problems that are there in the public service because we are responsible for people issues as HRD practitioners. The thing is, like I was saying earlier on in the opening remarks, what do we have that can make us afford this quantum leap and make us move from talking to doing and mastering the art of doing as opposed to just talking about it? So we need instruments, we need toolkits, and it is us who must develop these things. And I must say, I like the point that you mentioned around the fact that we are not going back, colleagues, to the pre-COVID-19 norms and standards, never. And that is why the COVID-19 is sometimes described as the new normal itself. You know, anecdotal evidence is beginning to point to the fact that even some of your staff, and perhaps you have started experiencing it already, anecdotal evidence is saying, and you know, there's going to be some need for some empirical research to go deeper into what is appearing on the surface. But what is on the surface is pointing to the fact that there's going to be a groundswell of resistance to employees that will be summoned to come to office because we are used to the pre-COVID-19 norms and standards of work, whereas the demands of the times are around the remote working. And it's shocking. It says you're going to experience this resistance of people that are going to say, I will not come, even though you give instructions or you summon them to the office. And the world all over is debating the various modalities of addressing this enigma, so to speak, of how do we deal with this conundrum of public servants that are going to be opposed to some of the instructions that we want to give, simply because we want to do it within the context of what we are used to. And the direction seems to be pointing, like the CEO of Apple, by the way, who, when they were discussing this thing, says perhaps the route forward it's in forging the middle ground. And by coming up with a hybrid model of some sort, where you entertain certain aspects of face-to-face engagements because maybe some of the work requires that to happen, but allocate some percentages as to how much goes into virtual settings as opposed to face-to-face encounters. Others are obstinately opposed to things like remote working. Others are 100% giving it endorsement. So the world is confused. And this is why this COVID-19 is a good crisis. And people normally say, never lose an opportunity of a good crisis because out of it lies an opportunity to learn future strategies. So the world is changing. The fact that others are seeing it that way, others are seeing it that way, points to the fact that there is no one size fits all. So as managers, and I will be touching on this a little bit when I do the presentation on organizational resilience, that as HRD managers will be sort of expected to think on the feet, like the pilots that Dr. Majo was talking about, becoming a different manager within a public service, so to speak. So a lot of these things are going to be with us for a long time, colleagues, and we better be ready for it. In my book, COVID-19 was a necessary kick in our pants so that we can become alive to the possibilities of the future. I was making a point some other day that COVID-19 came just at the tail point where we were talking largely about Industry 4.0. You remember that? Industry 4.0, the 4IR. Not long after we have been engaged in those discussions did we have an experience like COVID. So it was something that was meant to propel us in the right direction, so to speak. And obviously, colleagues, issues around meritocracy, we need to be ready. The process has been outlined about when decisions are going to be taken by the executive, and once these decisions are there, we will have to go with them. I like the idea of the threesome that looks into the individual, the sector, as well as the discipline itself, and of course the 5 pillars. But colleagues, there will be some more time, I think. So let's, at this stage, allow Dr. Letswalo to officially welcome us to the province. And then after that, we shall be taking a small break. And then post-break, we'll get into a Q&A. Thank you.
Good morning. Like I've been introduced, I'm Dr. Letswalo. I'm working in the Office of the Premier as the Chief Director for the Provincial HRD Strategy. I'm standing in for our DG, Mr. Nchabeleng, who is currently in attendance of the HRD Cancer, but he actually promised that he will be joining us in the afternoon. Our Program Director, the Principal of the NSG, Mr. Ngaweni, in absentia, of course, represented by the DDG, Dr. Maja, the DGs that are present here, our PSTF Head of the Secretariat, Dr. Shezi, Public Sector Trainers Forum Advisory Committee, the senior officials of the national and the provincial government, heads of other public service training institutions, distinguished guests in attendance, virtually and physically. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, I greet you once more. It is a great privilege for me to address or to welcome the guests here today in this PSTF PLE Exchange Seminar at this time where we, of course, and the rest of the world grapple with this devastating pandemic. Of course, Dr. Maja has already said a mouthful about it. We must accept the fact that the pandemic has actually propelled us into the right direction. Of course, we knew we were discussing about the 4IR, but it came. That's why we have a session like this today, where others are here in attendance physically and others are connecting virtually. Indeed, the pandemic has actually paced us into the digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, this platform gives me a sense of honor to share a few thoughts with regard to human resource development managers and the practitioners throughout South Africa and the government institution. Actually, to also foster partnership towards building a capable, career-oriented, and professional public service. We all know that professionalism in the public service of South Africa cannot be discussed outside the Constitution. It cannot be discussed also outside our own National Development Plan, Vision 2030. The task of professionalizing the public service is a huge one. It of course needs partnership. It needs engagement. Hence, the draft that is available for our inputs, we need to definitely make comments, make inputs before it is finally approved. Ladies and gentlemen, we are always guided by Chapter 10 of the Constitution, which articulates basic values and principles governing our public administration. We all know that as public servants, we are expected to meet the needs of our community without failure. Seated here as HRD or trainers, we are expected, of course, to skill our people to make sure that those who need reskilling, they are actually assisted, so that with this new normal that we are facing, we can be able to render the public services that we are expected to. We know that our president in the SONA indicated that our public service is at the cold face of government, and lack of professionalism doesn't just impact service delivery, it also dents the public confidence. Seated here as we are, where are we? Where do we classify ourselves? Where do we classify our own institutions? Can we proudly say that we are moving towards professionalism, or we are resilient, or we are rendering our services with integrity? How prudent are we? So that is the question that we then need to be asking ourselves as public servants. We also know that from the SONA for 2021, in order to build a capable state, we should honestly advance with ethics, integrity, as well as a commitment in the public service. And therefore, building a capable and ethical and developmental state is premised on the willingness of the public servants to selflessly commit to rendering public services in a people-oriented disposition. In this context, as public sector trainers, we need to pause and reflect on how we are making a meaningful impact in the public service. We know that our primary responsibility is to serve the community, and we do that by ensuring that the workforce is skilled in a way that it contributes to our economy. It contributes to make sure that the services that we are delivering are delivered in a way that we are accountable, and those that are receiving the services, they know that we are professional. As government, we must continue to do introspection, looking at where we come from. It has been said here that there is no going back. The pandemic is here, and we must just think ahead. We must just come up with plans that will be able to ensure that we reskill those that are existing. We ensure that the process of change actually is beneficial to the community that we are serving. Furthermore, our 2021 SONA by our president indicated that through the NSG, we must continue to roll out courses or training programs where government officials from entry level to senior as well as executives are trained and ready for the future. I just want to say that before concluding, that we are here in the province of peace. I'm saying that, not that there are no activities that may seem not peaceful, but to those who are visitors in our province, you are welcomed. Be at peace. Know that this is a province of peace. enjoy. Let me also wish all the delegates here present to deliberate on the topics that will be discussed here, to be lively and debate in order that we can be able to come up with ways, strategies, or means that will improve the skills of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Letolo, for that warm welcome to the province of peace. I never get to be amazed by the extent to which, as we receive welcome notes and presentations from provinces. You can recall, Maja, when we were in Mpumalanga, we were told that welcome to the province, which is a powerhouse. And we wanted to understand this creative use of the word powerhouse for the province. And we were reminded that, no, we are a powerhouse because we are responsible for the generation of over 50% of the energy of the country. So that powerhouse had nothing to do with the literal meaning of the word powerhouse, but it was like something suggesting the resources that are endowed in that province. But thank you very much, Dr. Letolo, for that welcome. My profound apologies, Dr. Shezi. We need to go back before we can take this break to you reminding us about the rationale for the PLE, some of the strategic objectives, and of course the purpose generally. So let me welcome you back to the stage, and only after that can we take the break we spoke about. Thanks.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. The PLE, contextually, we used to have an annual PSTF conference, and then colleagues always complained that what then happens is you engage once a year, and over time, issues emerge, topical issues, areas of interest, because knowledge is not static. What then? We then engaged EU to begin to explore options with them, that what if we bring the conference, mini conference, the engagements closer to the people? In other words, we come to the provinces. If I were a politician, I would say we come to the ground, people on the ground. But I'm not a politician, I'm a bureaucrat. So with that said, let's go to the roots, let's talk, because issues emerge. So that we are able then to capture contemporary moments as they occur, emerging issues. But the key thing with you here, we want you to network. This begins to open up networking opportunities so that you are able to learn from one another, best practices across departments in spaces which are safe like this, and then you engage. So that's one other thing that we are expecting you to be able to do. If we were in church, one would say, turn around and look at your friend, neighbor, and tell them how beautiful they are now. They are more beautiful than the last time you saw them. Churches, they do that, don't they? And it often presents problems in times, because if you sit closer to a person, then you are forced to lie in church. If you know what I mean. The other thing As we reimagine the NSG, obviously it is in our interest to make sure that we expand learning opportunities as much as we possibly can, because only a vibrant learning public service will be able to take this country forward. So it's very important that we're doing that. Now, in the broad outreach that I spoke about, we are doing this in all 9 provinces who get to have this opportunity. EU funding willing, and obviously we will be able to then continue these conversations and be able to learn and grow as we move forward. In a nutshell, Program Director, that is the key thing. Nothing will please us more than you being able to be a vibrant public service in the provinces, everywhere else, and keep on wanting to learn. If you look at the program itself, it attests to that strategic purpose. We're capturing issues around, for example, COVID. How then do we navigate this pandemic, working from home? These are the emerging dynamics that we as public service and broadly as society ought to be dealing with and as we move forward. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Shezi. I just wanted to get a cue from our colleagues. If we break now, are the tea stations ready? So that perhaps if they are not ready and will only be ready at 11 o'clock, we could be using this time for what we intended after tea. But let's wait for a second until I get this cue so that we can take it from there. Colleagues, another issue on the housekeeping matters is you'll see that on your tables you've got the green flasks, or what do you call them? Coffee utensils? I don't know, but yeah. The appeal is that if you see one on a table that is empty, you just leave it there. All right? It is for somebody who is still coming. All right? So let's not take more than one. I did not delve too much into the housekeeping matters because I know these are commonplace issues. That as we are here in this peer learning engagement, the expectation is that we do not get too distracted by movements in and out. That we will not be opening laptops, we will not be taking calls during the sessions, so that we can maximize the times that we have allocated for all these sessions. Rebecca? Okay. Colleagues, I'm told that we will have to stick to the 11. The kitchen is apparently not ready. So I think just in terms of trying to be flexible with the program itself, I think it's prudent that we look at questions and answers to the presentation, the address that we have received. So I'm going to be opening up the space for that, colleagues. There are mics that are provided on the aisles, 2 of them. So if people would like to ask questions, please, this is the opportunity for that. So if I may recognize the first hands that would like to raise questions or make comments on the presentations that we have received. Buti will be the first. Can I see other hands as well? Going. It's not gone. I know that some of us want to be inspired, but let's first take Buti and then we'll come. I'm sure you don't mind, colleagues. I know some of you by their names, so I'll be calling you these. So I'm Solman, like Maja was saying. Okay. Great.
Colleagues, I've just informed that we don't have a roving mic because of COVID. And thank you very much. But the questions that I have is with regard to this reimagined public service. And in terms of the presentation by Dr. Maja, emphasis was on the merit-based system, the issue of professional individual professionalism, the issue of profession in the discipline, that is your registered bodies and professional sector. Now, the question is this something new in public service, or is it something that has not been taken care of? I'll give an example. You have nurses that are professional, they've got a professional body, and you have the incident that life has hit me. What has happened? No doctor is charged, no nurse is fired. You have police officers who belong to the police service and are registered in terms of a particular accreditation course that they attend. And police continue to be corrupt. They are being bribed every day, nothing happens. You have teachers who are they are registered with a professional body. And teachers continue to impregnate girls, nothing happens. Now, what you are presenting, what is the state of readiness? Is there a political will? Or is just a talk shop? Because there's nothing new in what you are saying. That is the first concern that I have. If you look at the issue of the word professionalism, does it refer to an academic qualification? Because in public service, minimum qualification is a 3-year diploma or a degree. I'm not talking about your low-level employees, your cleaners. Now, if you professionalize public service, are we going to have an intervention program that is accredited? Okay, your merit-based system alludes to that. But in terms of our entry levels, we pitch them so high, so much that we have people who are highly academic in the public service. But the issue is not because they do not understand what is that they're supposed to do. The problem is the work ethic and the issue of integrity. You have made mention of consequence management, but we've got a code of conduct in public service. Have we been able to effectively utilize the code of conduct to deal with public servants that are untoward? So your consequence management is failing. As a result, you have these delinquent public servants. Now, is there a political will to implement what is already there? Because all that doctor has talked about is already in existence. There's nothing new. But for some reason, not even in passing, did the doctor mention political interference. Not even in passing, maybe for a reason. But we know for a fact that we cannot manage public service because it's highly politicized. Public service is highly politicized. And all these noble ideas that we're coming up with, they will not work if we cannot draw a distinction between state and party. That distinction must be drawn, and we must not apologize. So we need to be bold enough to say that we are failing because our loyalty is not with the state, but with the party. And that is a big problem. If you grow up in an environment where there are no consequences, you develop a particular culture. People steal, nobody goes to jail. Now, the environment is such that it's not enabling, because public servants do not grow from a different environment. They come from the very habitat that all of us participate in. And they become influenced by the day-to-day failure to take consequences as a state, as government in the event that there are bad behaviors. So I think the theory itself is fine, we're rehashing it. But the question that I'm asking, are we able to challenge this political elephant in the room? Because that is the elephant in the room that we must deal with. We can say so many things about step one, step two. These things are already there. I mean, how many of our police officers are involved in corruption? What has happened? And I don't want to get into specific. How many of our doctors and nurses and clinicians are involved in, if you look at what we call the indigent, the indigent Department of Health, how many people are suing the Department of Health? And you have professional people there, qualified nurses and doctors and clinicians. The Department of Higher Education, how many teachers have been dismissed because of that? So the issue of professionalizing public service, not that I sound pessimistic, but I'm saying we need to be honest. What is the problem? And the problem is political interference. And we need to be able to draw a distinction between party and state. And our selection process must be independent of that influence, because what you put in is what you're going to get out. Thanks.
Yeah, I see two. So let me recognize them in this order. Number one, number two, and after this first round, we'll allow Dr. Maja to give responses, and then we'll go to the second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Matamera. I come from the Department of Health. Let me express my sincere gratitude first to Dr. Maja's presentation. I am so excited to hear what Dr. Maja was saying. Let me just reiterate what he was saying. He mentioned that the consequences of not being ready are serious, perhaps too ghastly to contemplate. What we are going through at the moment, and I will speak on behalf of my department, though I know the same thing is happening in other departments. Some of us are very close to retirement. When you have people retiring, passing on, going on attrition, and there is no replacement, it's a very good strategy for preparing for very serious consequences. I want to make this clarion call to the powers that be, that please, as if we want to really prepare for crisis, when you have a training officer or the HRD practitioner retiring, please replace that person with somebody who is good. Otherwise, if you go and fetch somebody from registry, and then you want that person to run the CPD programs or training programs, you are preparing for a disaster. Otherwise, I do not want to spoil a great presentation. I actually wish that Dr. Maja continue, because I was enjoying the presentation. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Jeanette Nzwan. I'm from the Department of Education. And we appreciate the wonderful presentation. Okay, thanks very much. the issue of professionalism. We appreciate the initiative that we want to take the public servant into the commitment in terms of the council. And I'm checking, or I'm asking myself for at which level one as a public servant has to register with the council. Why I'm saying that, educators, immediately after their completion, for them to be appointed, they must be registered with the council. And then I'm looking at the structure and the entry level of a public servant. And again, looking at the Department of Education myself, even these people, they have registered with the council. I'm not seeing the importance or the efficiency of the council helping us as a department, or more especially us as the administrators. Why I'm saying this? The Educators Employment Act stated clearly that once the educator is having involvement with the learner, the sanction is standing, is dismissal. So now you find that there is a case. The educator has raped the learner. When, as a administrator, you are running with the investigation and so forth, the same educator will resign, and the department will allow that resignation. And yourself, as the manager, you become frustrated because the case, that means it's just the case is abandoned and the person has gone. But the person is registered with the council. Now, after a year or some few months, the very same person is still recognized as an educator, can go to the private sector to teach, or can even go to another province. So the question is, how is it helping us as the administration or as the public service? And then now, I'm also looking at the appointments that are happening. Yes, recruitment and selection is very much important for us to find the skillful or the right people. But what we are seeing, our public service has been highly politicized. You go to Department of Education, I'll talk about it because that is where I am. The levels from entry level until the deputy director, you'll find that is the relevant skills. But once you go into the director and then above, you won't find relevant skills there. And that maybe is the reason why the department is so sinking, it's not improving. Because if somebody doesn't have a background of HRD, somebody doesn't have a background of human resource, somebody doesn't have a background of labor relation, but now is your chief director. This person is having only qualification of an educator, that is all. So that is the reason maybe why in terms of appointment, we are struggling. Actually, we are working as a skeleton. Because in terms of replacement, no one can replace because they don't know the importance of that. Like example, if with Department of Education, as long as the learners can pass, then that is fine. I had to continue. Okay. So then, who is administrating to make sure that there are educators at the school, to make sure that the educators are paid, to make sure that leave management is managed? That area is ignored. People are exiting the system either through death, resignation, or old age, but there is no replacement. I can give an example because I'm the HR manager. 2018 to date, my section only, I think I've lost 12 people, no replacement. Yet you had to give a report, monthly report on HRD, monthly report on provisioning, monthly report on labor relations, monthly report on record management. You are just yourself. So, and I'm asking myself, when these people that are existing in the system, the posts are funded. What is this difficult for us to can just appoint because these posts are active and funded? But it will go 2018, it goes 2019, goes 2020, now we are 2021. No replacement. The slogan is that there is no money. But that post was funded. What is the problem? So I hope fully and believe that the objectives that were presented and also the purpose and the planning really is my prayer if they come to real, because they will assist. Believe me not, where we are standing, the public service really is not the one that we used to know. It's so sinking and is sinking and is sinking. Thank you very much.
So maybe let me begin with the questions that thank you, that Tumi was asking. Is this new? The issue of professional bodies, is it new? It is not new. There are a number of sectors in the private sector where they've been using that approach and using professional bodies. For example, SAICA is very active in the private sector. You can't just be a financial director without being a member of SAICA. Even in the public service, it's not new. As Jeanette was just indicating, in the education sector, you need to have a license to teach. So it's not new. But I don't know about the police, by the way. I don't know whether there's a professional body in the police. So I think we must cancel that one. There's no professional body in the police. Now, in medicine there is. And which is linked to the public sector. Now, this brings me to my point. We mustn't confuse misdemeanors with consequence management. Misdemeanors can never be wiped away from the face of the earth. We will always have serial killers, unfortunately. We will have bad people in the world. That is unfortunate, but that's the reality. Those are misdemeanors. What is important is where and how we react and how we deal with those misdemeanors, which is the issue of consequence management. The second issue that we must worry about is efficiency and effectiveness. There are many teachers whose licenses have been revoked by SAIS. In fact, there is one teacher in the Western Cape last week whose license was revoked by SAIS. So then the question we must ask is, what is the percentage of inefficiency and ineffectiveness in some of these professional bodies? So I'll give you another example. Because it was in the news, so it's not new. There are accusations against Anot Singh that he was responsible for some misdemeanors at ESCOM. He resigned before ESCOM can take any action against him. He resigned. So as you're saying, Jeanette, they didn't have to continue with the disciplinary action against Anot Singh. But SAICA, which is the professional body to which he belonged, continued with disciplinary action against him. Way after he'd left ESCOM. And they were able to withdraw his license with SAICA, which means that he can't practice as a chief accountant or a chief finance person anywhere in South Africa. So the issues of efficiency and effectiveness will have to be dealt with, and we will have to improve there. Because yes, I am sure that there are elements that are falling between the cracks. It shouldn't be the case. I mean, Jeanette, what you said shouldn't happen. Where a teacher, because he resigns, says, which is the professional body for teachers, then does not take action and the person can go. No, that shouldn't happen. That means SAYS has failed there. Now, coming back to you, Tumi, when SAYS has failed, do we then close shop? No, we don't close shop. We say, SAYS, you must improve. Your tracking systems are not working. Now, it's a related point. In the public service, unfortunately, as we speak, and this comes back to your point whether this is new. Apart from teachers and nurses, and then engineering, more than 80% of public servants do not belong to a professional body. More than 80% do not belong to any professional, including me. Okay, fine, teachers, but many don't. We are dealing with that, and that is new. That has never happened. That will be new. It will be so new that we are very clear that there will be instances where we will have to introduce professional bodies from scratch. The first one that we are suggesting actually is a professional body for SMS. We are saying there must be a professional body in the public sector that is targeted as senior management service. So that will be new. So the related point, therefore, is about political will. So you're saying in your second point, is this thing about qualifications, and in my input I said it's more than just qualifications. If we're going to deal with merit, the fact that you have the paper is just the beginning. That's why we're introducing exams. That's why we are talking about the simulator and onboarding and coming back to the simulator to be retrained, to be reskilled, to be upgraded. Now, then you throw a spanner, you say, well, it's political will. And you said I didn't say anything about political will. Well, I did talk about branches, by the way. Now, there is political will. The president of this country is very clear about that. The fact that this framework that we are talking about today has been approved by cabinet for these kinds of consultations, that is political will. But you see, to me, we can sit back and complain whilst our country is burning and say politics and politics and politics and political interference. When are we going to start standing up and be counted ourselves? When are we going to say, not in my name? That's why we're having this session, by the way. And the reason some of us, by the way, are not prepared to say not in my name is because we are compromised ourselves. This merit that we say is not there, we don't have it ourselves. So the responsibility is going to be also on us to bring that merit. When you have the merit, you are able to say not in my name. And we have to assist the president. Look, I'm going to talk only about the current president. We have to assist the current president. He's clear. He's clear. We can't fold our arms and say, no, but in my department, they don't allow me to speak. They don't allow me to make sure that we do appointments the right way. So unfortunately, to me, the responsibility goes back to you and all of us to make sure that where there are misdemeanors, because these are misdemeanors, we cannot live our lives guided by misdemeanor. We have to point misdemeanor and call it misdemeanor and relate to it as misdemeanor. The second point from Bitso to the president is the issue of succession planning, Matamela, the issue of succession planning. And I think that's another problem that we have. We're very, very poor with succession planning. And succession planning is not just about appointing people when the post is vacant. It's much more serious than that. It's much more longer than that. For instance, one of the biggest problems that we have in South Africa is our ability to coach, to guide, and to develop young minds. We are very, very poor in terms of sharing knowledge, coaching, and guiding. Because you are about to retire, Ntatoro. When you were speaking, I was asking myself, I'm wondering whether you've been coaching any people. And you see, it doesn't have to be one person. Because there has to be competition, there has to be merit. Coach 20, so that the 20 will then compete for that one job. And if all of us can coach 20, then it means for each job, you said 12 posts now are vacant in your department. Jeanette, where's Jeanette sitting? Oh, you're here, sorry. You said 12 posts are vacant. If there had been a proper succession plan and a proper coaching and mentoring, we don't mentor in this country, and mentoring, you would be having a pool of maybe 50 or so people that are available for those 12 posts that are vacant. And there's nothing wrong, by the way, with earmarking people in advance. You are not saying they're going to be appointed. It's not corruption. You're saying, John and Sarah, this director position is likely to be vacant in 5 years. These are the journeys and what I call maps and navigational tools that I am prepared to give you to walk that journey so that you can be able to contest. So succession planning is a big problem which we need to resolve. And then you were raising the issue of registration with the professional bodies. And I think that's where the issue of efficiency and effectiveness comes in. So we have to do this, colleagues, because the consequences of not doing it, as my colleague was saying, are too ghastly to contemplate. We only have ourselves. There's no one else. You know, in 1994, we were lucky. And I'm sorry, I'm going to stop, Chair, because I think I'm getting carried away. In 1994, we were very lucky. There was an international community that understood our pain, that knew that we've come through decades of an apartheid system that was unfair, that many of our leaders had been jailed for decades without hitting a fly. So there was a lot of sympathy. The world was ready to work with us, to help us in 1994. In 2021, it's a man for himself. There's no one who's going to come and help us. 1994 is not going to happen again in 2021. So we only have ourselves to help ourselves. Everybody is worried about their own problems. I mean, you saw it with the vaccine. We're only getting the vaccine now after those that developed the vaccines helped themselves first. It's not going to change. So we have to begin to team up, congregate, cluster around each other and say, this can happen, this can happen, this can happen, this can happen. And only this and this and this can happen in my country, because this is our country. In my country, in my lifetime, I'm going to allow only the following things to happen, and I will not allow the following things to happen. You saw it during the looting. There were communities that made those decisions, that said, not in my street. No one is going to come and loot in my street. Communities did that. So it's up to us as public servants to take this baton and start to own up to this process and then to move us forward. Thanks.
Maybe what we should do is to break now so that we don't leave the tea to become iced tea, right? So we will break now and then have that tea session for 30 minutes to be exact. And then after that, we will come back because we have other speakers that are virtual. So they will only be available at the time when they are able to get into the link itself. So we need to be considerate as well. But we are operating with two rooms. It is this room plus the room next door. So there are colleagues who are with us but not in this main room. And I'm also encouraging them from time to time to participate. And we are doing this for purpose of managing the numbers according to the COVID protocols. But from time to time, they are with us. And when they happen to have some questions on the presentations that have been raised, they are free to do that. So to the colleagues in the second room, please feel free to participate. But at this juncture, I think let's break and then we will reconnect exactly after 30 minutes. So what is 30 minutes from now, Rebecca? It's 22 to 12. We'll reconvene and we'll take it from there. Tea is served.
With the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through Memorandum of Understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batho PLE principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have requests from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed a particular policy for implementation and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training intervention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent, since 2009, several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong,
we care, we serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through Memorandum of Understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batho PLE principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030, the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training intervention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent, since 2009, several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers, but we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong.
We care.
We serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through Memorandum of Understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batho PLE principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have requests from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered.
Yes, colleagues, I think let's reconvene so that we are able to do justice to the program. The very discussions we had before we broke for tea, I found them very illustrative of the issues that are plaguing our public service. I mean, for me, one of the things that have been raised around consequence management is the extent to which we go with the concept. Consequence management. This reference that's been made to undue pressure that might come from the level of executive authority, but what does consequence management say about that? Is it something that we think is appropriately pitched, just in identifying culprits who might exclusively be in the administration and not in the executive. The two speakers made a point about the issue of political pressure, political will here and there. So the elephant in the room is to what extent do we go with this? I know that Public Service Commission on its part released a circular, and if colleagues are not aware of that circular, I would encourage you to go and read it. It's a circular that I think was released in 2020 that spoke eloquently about what public servants must do when they get caught in situations of unbearability, where you are expected to implement impossible instructions. I mean, I'm raising this point because of the statements and the sentiments expressed around wrong appointments at particular levels of the administration, and they don't come by accident. And if that is the case, how do we push those instructions back to make sure that the system is not compromised? And as we talk about professionalization, it's not professionalization with half measures, but it's a complete lot that addresses all variables within its system. So it's going to be a tough road ahead, colleagues, especially for ourselves serving in people units. I like to call them that, because much as we speak about human resources, we need to understand we are talking about people who have fears, who have anxieties, and some of them legitimate. And if that is the appreciation, to what extent do our policies reflect that appreciation? So I'm going to be opening up. I see Dr. Maja is not yet here with us, but of course we can continue with this discussion around some of the content issues he was raising in his presentation, and we can engage amongst ourselves how we see these matters panning out. And therefore I suggested that we continue for the next 15 minutes before we get the presentation on the UNISA case study by Mervyn, that we continue discussing the stuff that was presented to us. So we had 3 people. We never had a question from the second room, room A. So if there is a question, we will be happy to get that. But of course, even from this room, if there are people who still have some questions to raise or some comments to make about the content we have received, I'm allowing this remaining 15 minutes for that as we get Mervyn ready for his lot. So in essence, I'm inviting hands, colleagues. We had 3 previously. Can we note some more? Do we have questions? Oh yes, Buti, if you can come back with your question, that would be number 1, a follow-up question. Can we note others, colleagues? Okay, you will be number 2. Do we have 3? At the back, I'm missing you guys. Are we still together? At the back? Not necessarily the last row. The rows 1, 2, 3, and 4. If we can have some hands being raised there so that we can have some wholesome interaction. Right, whilst we are still waiting, let's get to you, Buti. And
thanks, Program Director.
Yeah.
The commitment by NSG to develop sort of interventions in terms of professionalizing public service, it's commendable. However, in our day-to-day implementation of the strategy on human resources development, we find it hard to find complementary activities between NSG and the PSETA. Now, the clarity that I'm looking for is there any complementary activities between PSETA in terms of skills development and the NSG in terms of coming up with development programs or interventions? The issue of are they separate entities working in silos, or do they complement each other by virtue of being both public service entities? Because there's never been a situation where we find them having a joint venture on skill development programs. They tend to be autonomous, and that is self-defeating in my view. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Collaboration between NSG and PSETA. Next.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Marcella. I'm from DSD. My first question on the presentation made by Dr. Maja is on research. My question is why? Why this country, or we people in power, or those who have the influence to do things, ignore important research? So my question is why we are ignoring the important research. I can give an example. As NSG, or Department of Basic Education, we were told, or the research told us, that literally the literacy level in South Africa is very low. It's a fact. Last year, or early this year in January, before the release of the matric results, there were research that was presented that those people who are in matric, for example, when they started school, they were a certain number. But these people, when they completed, only I think it's 54% or 40-something% that completed. What happened to the other percentage? And these people, when you can go to Home Affairs, they did not die. They are here. And if you can go and research what are they doing today, we don't know. I'm talking on the issue of GSD as a sector. These people are expected to be served by our social workers, for example, yet their literacy level is very low. Then we are talking about 4IR. Doctor mentioned that we are not going back. Yes, we are not going back. But we are leaving people behind who needs to be served. A social worker cannot work at home and serve someone whose literacy level is very low, whom cannot maybe connect visually to get served, who needs a one-on-one. So what I would like to see from the presentation is that, can we connect the level that we are, for example, as NSG. NSG has been initiated or formed as a Schedule 3 department. The principal reports to DPSA, and the DPSA is our administrative department in government. So I want to see the planning goes hand in hand with what we have at hand as a country. Then let's go to the next point. NSG is at the national level. We have three spheres of government, which is national, provincial, and local. Yes, there is no plan that is not good. Every plan is very good. But the execution. So as much as we want to see a national school of government in a new image, we have people that we are saving. For example, let me put it on an operational point of view. We have projects that most of them were planned at national level. Today, those programs are seated with us as HRD, and they are problematic. For example, I'm talking about the DSD sector or the social services sector. When I came into public service, I found a project in the name of HR Connect. That project, as far as I know, it was here to address the very same issues that we are talking about today. And then it was basically mainly on skills audit. Then when it comes to provinces, we don't know where that project went, and then what was the result, we don't know. We have national coming again. They gave a big budget to fund needy people to study social work because social work was identified as a scarce skill. Today we are sitting with, as a province, for example, 1,200 people who were trained, and then they are not employed. But the issue, when this program came, it was to address those gaps that we found in communities. So my point is that as much as NSG is a national department, can the presentation not be something that is just to thumbs up or to show Parliament or the committee that is responsible for issues administration in Parliament that we are doing something, be something that is implemented at a lower level? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clearly not a thumbs up. I think the fact that we have been told about the background, how it was evolved, the benchmarking exercises that were conducted, testimonies to the fact that there's been a lot of thinking, injection into the process thus far. So perhaps we might be, yes, legitimately expectant about results and implementation, but I think Maja was very clear that it's a process that it's maturing, and we will only come to that stage at the time when it's appropriate after certain decisions have been processed. But in the remaining 4 minutes, Maja, if you can deal with some of the questions raised, and then the next speaker, I'm told, is ready. So we will definitely get into that following the responses.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The first point was dealing with the relationship between the National School of Government and the PSETA. So, firstly, I can confirm up front that we work very closely with the PSETA, so we are not separate. And I'll give you two ways that we do that. The first way that we engage with PSETA is in relation to our mandate and their mandate. So PSETA, as an accrediting body, is responsible for accrediting the National School of Government as an institution. So we've recently received full accreditation from the PSETA until 2023. Secondly, in terms of the mandates in relation to our programs and courses, for those courses and programs that are credit-bearing, many of them we work very closely with the PSETA in terms of the unit standard-based courses and programs, and that is done closely with the PSETA. So that's the first part. The second part, we are in the process of finalizing a memorandum of understanding with the PSTF, which will help us to roll out specific interventions jointly between ourselves and the PSTF targeted at the public sector. So that working relationship has been there for many years, but we have to enter into memoranda of understanding that are targeting specific interventions for the public sector. So that relationship is there, we're not separate. The second speaker was just raising too many issues, and I think at some point you were tripping me, but I'll try. So let's start with what you said, it's research. Why are we ignoring research? You mentioned two examples. Why are we ignoring research that is talking to us about the literacy rates? And then why are we ignoring research that is talking to us about dropout rates? I have a similar concern, by the way, so I share your concern. I think we still have a long way to go as a country in terms of being data-driven. Too many decisions that we make as a country, this is just not in education. We're not very good at using data to inform our decision-making processes. And our data mining processes are also not that good. So the issue of research and using research to inform action, I think it's an important issue that we will have to improve on as a country. So that's the first part. The second part, you talk about 4IR and that we mustn't leave people behind. Now, this one is my personal view. You know, I always laugh when I hear people talk about 4IR. There's no 4IR in South Africa. I've never seen 4IR in South Africa. And I never understand why we talk about 4IR. Unless if we don't, I mean, I'm not a 4IR specialist, but the 4IR that I have read does not exist in this country. Because when you talk 4IR, you're not talking about microchips and robots. We don't have that here. All that we are still busy trying to get into is actually, we are still moving from the second industrial revolution. We've not yet even arrived at the third industrial revolution. Because the third industrial revolution was about computing. We don't have computing in South Africa. In fact, I understand Rwanda is now doing better than us, by the way, in terms of their speed into computing and the third industrial revolution. And yes, as we are moving into this third industrial revolution and computing, we have to be cognizant that we don't leave our people behind. But you see, that ties into your earlier point about literacy levels. I'm not sure, I worry sometimes whether we are doing a good job as a country in capacitating our people. And it's the point I'm making is not just about government. In my other life, I've been trying to look at the role Black parents are playing in raising their own children. And I've been shocked at the abdication that I have seen amongst us Black parents not being able to raise our children properly. So before we even go to government, we need to ask ourselves, at a basic level at home, are we leaving our children behind before we say even government is leaving the people behind? So there is a lot of work there that we have to do. Of course, literacy levels and those other areas we must work on. And then you raise By the way, the National School of Government is a Schedule 1 government department. We're not Schedule 3, we are Schedule 1. And then number 2, we don't report to DPSA. National School of Government and DPSA are both Schedule 1 departments headed by a DG. It's just that our DG has been promulgated by the president to be called the principal in 2013. Both DG DPSA and Principal National School of Government report to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The executive authority for the National School of Government is the Minister for Public Service and Administration. But your point was about integration across spheres. And there I must agree with you again that we need to work harder as a country to improve integration across the 3 spheres of government: national, provincial, and local government. And the issue we're raising, by the way, it's not just about training. It's about skilling, it's about resources, and so forth and so forth. These PLE sessions that we are having, we've been moving from province to province. I think we are left with 2 provinces now. We have done, this is the 7th province that we are doing. We are left with Northwest and the Eastern Cape. No, I think we've done 6. We're left with 3. It's part of our attempt to connect national and province. So that's why we are here. We and you, province, because we are here, have to develop mechanisms to connect with local. Local government is the crux. It's the make or break. We have to make local government work because service delivery issues are found at local government level. So national and province are both guilty. The stepchild here is local government, and we have to jointly get local government right. So I hope as part of our conversation today and tomorrow, between the 2 of us at national and provincial, we are going to think and come up with mechanisms that help us move to local government. We have programs at the National School of Government. In fact, we have a full qualification that we've recently developed that is targeted at local government. The amendments that we are making on the Public Administration Management Act are also intended to allow us to connect with local government. When we talk professionalization, a lot of the professionalization issues about engineers and the like find expression at local government. So we have to all be awake to those aspects, and I hope that we will work together, national and provincial here, to connect with local government. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you, colleagues. I think a round of applause to Dr. Maja for that presentation. It has definitely elicited a number of very key responses that we'd like to hear from forums such as this. So we're noting some of these salient points that have been made to inform the future discussions and how we respond to the evolving policy frameworks at the level of the NSG. At this point, colleagues, I think let's introduce our next speaker. And the next speaker is connecting with us virtually, but there will also be an opportunity to reflect on the presentation by way of questions and answers before we release him. The next speaker is Mr. Mervyn Christophels. Mr. Mervyn Christophels holds a Master of Commerce for Information Systems and currently studying towards obtaining his doctorate in business leadership. He has over 20 years experience in IT and information security, spanning all aspects, including governance, architecture, application security, business continuity, and disaster recovery. IT service continuity planning. Mr. Christopher's personal attributes include drive and resilience, integrity and trust, and visionary leadership. Upon his return to South Africa after working abroad for 10 years as an IT practitioner across multiple sectors, he took up a part-time lecture position for 5 years at the University of Cape Town's Graduate School of Business, GSB, with the purpose of leading and growing new leaders that will provide new leadership in an increasingly accelerated digital landscape. He also took up a position at one of the local universities as a senior IT leader, Chief Information Officer, to assist in the development and implementation of their digital strategy. During this period, he faced challenges which ultimately led him to want to further explore the relationship between leadership competency and successful digital transformation initiatives. It was against this background which led him to register his doctorate with the focus on developing a leadership model for digital transformation initiatives. Colleagues, it's my pleasure to now welcome Mervyn to take us through this presentation, and ahead of him doing so, just a round of applause in anticipation.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me clearly and audible. Maybe if you can just give me a heads up to say, yes, I can hear you, but I don't know, shout, say yes. At least I know that I'm audible. Am I? Hello? I'm just checking. So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay, cool. So I must say I came in earlier and I heard the discussion around 4IR, and I'm a big 4IR fan, and obviously, as you probably have heard, my doctorate as 4IR kind of it's grounded in 4IR, or it's grounded in the rapid changes that are taking place within in our country, on our continent, and in the world. So I do have some interesting views on 4IR, and I think hopefully some of these views will come through during the presentation. And so thank you for inviting me. I think maybe just an introduction, as you probably have heard. My name is Mervyn Christoffels. I'm the Executive Director for ICT, Operations and Systems. And what that means is that I kind of am responsible for the operations of UNISA when it comes to IT. So this particular presentation will really speak to the technology aspect of our response during COVID. I know that many of you will have a lot of questions regarding UNISA. Many of you want to know about the programs, want to know about examinations, want to know about student data. Unfortunately, my mandate is technology. And so as a portfolio, we enable the university to operate efficiently and effectively, and to provide a number of services to students and to staff. And one of those services was to be able to respond to COVID. So just for an introduction, so this presentation will really deal with our response from a technology point of view to COVID. As you probably are aware that, UNISA is a distance learning university. I think it's probably the most well-known university on the continent, and very obviously in South Africa as well. And for those of you who are not aware what distance learning means, is that essentially you register at UNISA, you don't have classes that you attend, you get issued study material, and throughout the centuries, as we are 140 years old, so for the last 140 years, this distance learning model has been the default way that we engage with students. And so you can imagine, so we print study material, we ship study material, the student engages with the assignments, They submit the assignments either by post, and in some cases they can upload assignments digitally. And that has been the model of UNISA for 100 years. And about 15 years ago, the university decided that they need to respond to the changes that's taken place within the technology domain, within the organizational domain. And it's really a response to 4IR. And I know that we spoke about the 4IR earlier on, but I think big changes are taking place all around us. And so if you understand, if you appreciate that there are technological changes that are happening, and I think all of us are kind of exposed to these changes. So we can think of cell phones, for example. They're getting smaller. They are being packed with so much more functions and features. If you look at just the way in which we engage with in the relationships, all of these kind of dimensions are facilitated through technology. How we communicate these days are facilitated through technology. Our jobs, the way we do our work, the way we seek opportunities, the way we find new jobs. I mean, all around us, there's an umbrella of technology that essentially mediates all interactions. I mean, you cannot go anywhere today without being faced with some form of technology, whether it is a means to sign a document, in some cases, access money from the bank, engage with friendships, conversations, taking a photograph, a selfie. I mean, we're essentially in a technology-mediated world, and I think that change has significant impact on society. And if you take that and you couple that with COVID-19, we really had a very rough ride during 2020. And I think that for me, as I kind of look at 2020 as I reflect on the experience that UNISA had, and also my own experience as a manager, as a leader, I think the key thing for me, and as I go through my presentation, what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with some of the learnings. I think that's kind of always a good way, and then I will unpack those learnings and then kind of just summarize them at the end. I think one of the things that I've learned during the COVID pandemic is that we all are facing the storm. We're all in the same storm together. But each one of my staff, each one of the learners that are part of the UNISA family are in a different boat. And those boats have different sizes, they have different strengths, but essentially they're all in a different boat. And I think for me, that helped me cope and deal with the pandemic in a humane way. Because I think that, yes, the technology is a great resource to have to solve the problems, but ultimately you're dealing with people. And I think for one of the takeaways from the COVID pandemic was for me to understand that we face the same storm, but we're all in a different boat. And how prepared are my team, how prepared are the learners for the storm? And I think that's kind of something that we will talk about as we proceed. I think the other thing is that of interest is that what we don't share are the crises that we all face. What we don't share are some of the trauma that we all experience, and what we don't share are some of the chaos that we're involved in. Now, so I think as I reflect on COVID-19 and the pandemic, I think the question is, what is it that is similar and what is not? And so the storm is the same, but there are very unique things, very unique realities that people are facing, that my team is facing, and that the learner that is registered at UNISA is facing. And so maybe just to kind of summarize some of the things that we've learned, and like I said, also I'm starting with the lessons learned, is that you need a business continuity plan. Now, for those of you who kind of not used to the acronyms, it's a plan that the enterprise engages with that determines how they will respond to a particular disaster scenario. And it's really an organizational plan. It's not an IT plan. I mean, the IT contributes to the plan, but it's an enterprise, it's a business plan to say, we under these conditions, for example, if there's no power, if there's no electricity, if they blow up the building, if they take us hostage, what is our response to those scenarios? And how do we ensure, or can we ensure, continuity of services? So for us, that was kind of a key learning, that you need almost like a collective understanding of what that plan is across the organization. I think the other learning for us was that what COVID done to us was expose our cybersecurity or our digital weaknesses. And here again, it comes back to this 4-hour conversation. So because of the rapid response that we had to engage in, to get our staff ready to work from home, what highlighted to us is some of the weaknesses within our environment from a digital point of view. So from a cybersecurity point of view, from a services point of view. And we saw during the lockdown period how these weaknesses were trying to be exploited by criminals all across the world. And not only UNISA was subject to these criminal intents, but also there were many organizations during that period that just saw an increase in traffic to their sites, to their organizations, that really had a criminal intent at the heart of it. I think the other thing we also realized is that we're moving to the age of an ecosystem where platforms are now being made available. And I think that the days of silo applications or silo services are gone. That we're moving to this age of an ecosystem. Things are kind of consolidated, converging on one platform, providing a number of services. So in the old days, the architecture would look like a siloed architecture, one application providing one service. But we're moving to a space now where it's convergence. That if you want your HR, your payroll, your finance, all your core services will kind of sit on one platform and making those services available to yourself. I think we were to acknowledge this disruption, and this technology disruption essentially highlighted the need to have a digital workforce. And this goes back into the 4-hour conversation that I heard about earlier on, is that what the pandemic showed us is that if you're going to respond to the pandemic using technology in order to facilitate a work from home environment so you can continue having business, or if you want to move your services online because you don't have staff any longer come into the office. I mean, those are 4-hour conversations. But in order to manage and consume the service, administer the services, you need a workforce that has the skill. And so that is another learning for us, that you need a digital workforce if you're going to embark on a digital transformation journey. And that was clear to us during our pandemic response. I think the other key learning for us was partnerships, that you have to think about collaboration. You have to think about partnerships. That the era of the me and the I going it solo is gone. I mean, the days of an institution or a business thinking they can ride this wave without help, without support, those days are gone. That we have to start to think about how do we collectively combine our efforts in order to support each other, to help each other with all the storms that are coming our way. I think the other key learning was that we actually had a connected workforce. And how do you monitor performance in a connected workforce environment? That no longer are staff coming to the office 5 days a week, but potentially come maybe a day, maybe 2 days. But how do you ensure performance and productivity within this new environment? And then the key takeaway is really about the lifelong learning, that the knowledge decay is actually real. Whatever I thought I knew about tech, about IT, about organizations, actually, in fact, I realized during the COVID pandemic that those ideas would not get us through. And so very quickly we realized that if you're not focused on lifelong learning, that actually, in fact, your skill set, your competency will become irrelevant. and essentially won't be able to participate in this new economy. And so one of the things that I speak to my team about a lot is really about how active are you in ensuring that you remain relevant as an IT practitioner? Because as we've moved on from 2019 to 2021, there are many things that are kind of today, if you look at it, they're archaic, things that we don't do any longer. And most of the skill set that are required moving forward are skills that kind of have emerged out of a response to COVID. So that kind of is the interesting thing. So maybe just to lastly, so another learning that kind of just stood out for me is that the traditional organizations, I think, are of the past. And on the left-hand side is what does a traditional organization look like? And we normally compare traditional organizations to machines. I mean, that's the language we use when we talk about traditional organizations. They are top-down hierarchy. They are detailed instructions to start what to do. They're very siloed mentality. They own the talent, isn't it? They focus on jobs and titles. Are you director, ED? Are you a system editor? There's always these long titles that they kind of throw around. There's centralized decision making. So if you want a decision to be made, you can make it. You need to go up 3 or 4 levels to get the approval. There's a fear of failure. Failure means there's a penalty. It means it's punitive. And there is strategic planning always happening. How are we going to plan for the next 5 years, next 3 years, etc. And so I think, I mean, those machine-like organizations, I think, are beginning to shift. And they begin to shift into what is now called this organism, organizations, where things are more agile. And I'm sure you heard this term, agility and adaptability. Because you had to become agile and adaptive if you wanted to survive the COVID pandemic. There's no way a machine organization could have survived. You needed quick decisions to be taken. You needed people to become flexible in how they think about their jobs, their roles. They probably were doing 3 or 4 roles at the same time. I mean, there wasn't a question of failure. I mean, no one cared about failure. We cared about making progress, about getting new ideas as to how to solve some of these problems. So in this new organization, I think that is beginning to emerge post-COVID, it's about the focus on tasks to be done. What do we need to do today to move forward? We don't have a 5-year time horizon any longer. It's too long. We can't think about 5 years. We're thinking about today, tomorrow, next week. We're decentralizing decision making. So during the pandemic, people were given the power to make a call. Maybe speak to your customers, find out how they're doing. Fail quick, adapt. Innovation was key. I mean, people had to come up with new ways of doing work, and really client-oriented, customer for focus. So I think for me that's key. I think UNISA, we are there, and we spent the better part of 2021 reimagining UNISA post the pandemic. And even though we had a strategic plan up until the 2030, what the pandemic allowed us to do is actually pause and say, okay, fine, we've now managed to partly survive the pandemic. We're still in it, but we managed to get through 12 months of it. Surely, a lot of what we have experienced have changed us completely. We cannot go back the way we were in 2019. We are a different organization with a different mindset. We have scars, we have trauma, we have a new vision. And kind of that is where we're at. And we're also in the same position to say, we need to emerge different. That we cannot emerge as the same UNISA that was in there in 2020. So that kind of is where we're at as well. So maybe just to finally capture the stuff that kind of I think are kind of key takeaways. I think there are a couple of key things that an organization require. And if you don't have it, that leads to a consequence. And this kind of a slide just kind of shows you what is the outcome if you don't have some of the stuff in place. So, for example, if you don't have a business case for every project that you want to do, you have inertia. And inertia really means that people don't want to move forward. There's no buy-in, because no one really have applied their mind to the need to have a particular project. You need a vision. If you don't have a vision, there's confusion. There's confusion among the people that you want to lead, because they have no idea where you're going. You need values, because if you don't have values, there's corruption. I mean, you need people to sign up to a set of values that we all buy into. You need a strategy. Because out of strategy, everybody does their own thing, isn't it? Five people, everybody thinks differently, so everybody has their own view of how we're going to get there. You need information, because without information, there's uncertainty. You need leadership, because without that, there's misdirection. And then I think you need resources, and that's, in our time we're living in, and that's always scarce. But if you have limited resources, there's frustration. This anger, you need capability, so you need to have competence, you need to have talent, because without that, people are overworked. You need motivation, you need a leadership style that kind of motivates people, inspires people, because they're not motivated and inspired, they become resentful. And you need constant communication, talking to yourself about the changes that are coming, that are happening. So kind of that's what I thought I will lay the foundation to maybe now start to unpack our response as an entity. So the university started, as I said earlier on a digital transformation journey, probably 10, 15 years ago. However, in 2015, they kickstarted the first 5-year cycle of that strategy. And we're kind of aware, so the question is where we now, we're sitting over there. So the first 2 years of the implementation was really about how do we stabilize our environment? How do we make sure that even though we know we have legacy applications, legacy systems that needs to be replaced, we also need to make sure we can register students and make sure that students can complete their academic year. And that was really the first 2 years. And during the first 2 years, we also then planned for the next 5, 10, up to 2030. So we had plans in place. We have plans in place to kind of replace a legacy infrastructure. We have plans in place to kind of upskill staff, and we have plans in place to kind of leverage off this new infrastructure that are going to be rolled out in order to become more efficient and more effective. And the heart of it is to improve the student experience, because we understand that the students don't have a classroom to come to. All they have is a online portal where they log into, and that essentially is the virtual classroom. And so all of this was done in by 2019. We had these plans, we were busy executing them. And essentially the idea of the execution was to, as the university transforms, so the portfolio transforms. I mean, we kind of are responsible to make sure that all of these new applications and infrastructure and services are deployed and monitored and managed. And so there was kind of a timeline that we all were excited about. I mean, I remember conversations that we had at UNISA about these projects. There were a project to replace the MyUNISA. There's a project to replace the student system. There's a project to replenish all our infrastructure. And so we really were getting into a good stride come end of 2019. In 2020 was really the start of the implementation path. And as you all know, COVID happened. And so here we're sitting at the beginning of 2020, and we have all these projects that are going to realize benefits for the university. It's going to kind of put us onto this digital transformation track that will transform processes and give the student a better experience. And we hit with a pandemic. We hit with epidemic where we had to kind of pause some of our projects. But ultimately, we had to kind of think about the now and the year and the crisis that we were in. And some of these long-term projects that we were kind of executing had to kind of be reprioritized. And so what could happen? Well, we closed all the campuses. As you will recall, all 26 campuses were closed. We put in place a work from home model, so staff could work from home. We continued teaching and learning online, and we managed to then continue the support of students and staff. So we created these virtual help desks that staff could access during the pandemic, and we leveraged off kind of ICT in a really big way during the pandemic. And I think maybe the question is, so if you look at the state of the university and the state of higher education, and we talk about this a lot at the moment, I mean, we had an Odell blueprint, and so we had a plan. We had a strategy, we had a roadmap. The roadmap was fully funded because we kind of articulated exactly the costs to implement all of these projects. I mean, we had virtual capability already. We had teams, we had which really we've rolled out, and so we had quite a bit of capability started to emerge within UNISA. We had online assignment submissions in some cases, not all modules, but there were some modules that we could submit on online assignments. We migrated MyUNISA to the cloud in 2018, and that was part of the stabilization of the environment to ensure that the MyUNISA could respond well to the demand. It was not doing well, and so so we had some of these projects already concluded that really was supposed to be about stabilizing the environment. But little did we know that these projects really became the bedrock in how we were going to respond to COVID. I think a couple of interesting things, maybe just for the higher education sector, which maybe some of you are not aware of, but there is really some big changes that are taking place in the sector. And as you probably know, the impact of AI, artificial intelligence. Now, some of you might think, what is that about? Well, if you think about artificial intelligence, which is essentially an algorithm, which already is being deployed all over. So if you go onto Google, there's an algorithm that's monitoring what text you're typing into the search bar. When you are looking at mail on Gmail or Yahoo, there's an algorithm that's monitoring that. And what that is kind of trying to capture is your desire, your interest, build a profile of who you are. So the next time you go to Google, on the right-hand side, you'll see an ad. And then you wonder, but how am I seeing an ad about shoes? Because I was thinking about that yesterday and I was Googling shoes, and now all of a sudden I'm seeing an ad come up, shoes. And so that's where I are. I mean, so we see this impact on our lives every day. And the question is how, in higher education, we begin to see that kind of being used, for example, in student queries, that you can use artificial intelligence to kind of look through all your student queries and cluster them into key themes. You can use AI in the learning process to kind of develop customized learning programs, et cetera, et cetera. So kind of there's a big drive of AI in the learning space. Some decolonization of the curriculum, that's a key one for UNISA. Flexibility in delivery modes, cyber attacks, like I spoke about earlier on. The funding of science researchers, as you know, the funding model for higher education is kind of at risk. And so universities are already being informed that over time, the funding from government is being reduced. And so we need to find our own third stream, fourth stream income to kind of sustain ourselves in the future. And so that's kind of some of the big changes that are happening in the higher education sector. Now, coupled with a COVID lockdown, and then you have all those rapid changes taking place. I mean, the impact on UNISA during the time was really, I mean, there are 4 areas of impact I'll talk about quickly. I mean, the teaching and learning space. And so what we actually kind of realized is that, as we moved to an online examinations, because the decision taken by the university was that we want to ensure that students completed the academic year. In order to do that, we had to move from a venue-based exams to online exams. And that was the first online exams to be offered to students in the existence of UNISA. But, in a venue-based exam, you have a proctor. You have someone that kind of is sitting in the front of the class and watching. When we moved to online exams, the student is sitting at home, and so the integrity of the examination it comes into play. And how do we ensure the integrity of the examination is maintained in an online exam environment? And that was a key question that we debated for months, to the point that we can come up with a number of mechanisms. So the way you set the exam kind of contributes to that. The randomized question banks in the MCQ exam kind of contributes to the high integrity levels, as well as online proctoring, which we've piloted last year at 2 colleges. And so we kind of were exploring all of these mechanisms to ensure that even though students had the opportunity to write exams, that they actually felt the exams still maintained high levels of integrity. I think what we also saw was the staff's anxiety with working from home. That now that they're at home, they don't have access to a printer, they don't have access to IT personnel. They had to kind of become self-sufficient using a laptop. And we saw this spike in service calls to a help desk from staff while needing help, needing support. And so that kind of was interesting. And that's this whole idea that if you're going to deploy digital technologies within your environment, that you've got to make sure that your staff come along on the journey with training. And then I think for us was we knew we had aged infrastructure, but we knew we had services that were not integrated, not optimized. But yet we had to kind of use and leverage all that in order to administer the examinations. I think the interventions for us were kind of all IT-based. So we deployed what we call remote learning services. We implemented a virtual help desk to kind of support staff. We provided online training for staff during the COVID period. We implemented what is called soft phones. And so because staff were at home, we then configured the teams to become the digital desktop, essentially. So a staff member could log into their laptop. It would be as if they were in the office. They would have their extension number assigned to that particular laptop, and they could make and receive calls just as if they were in the office. So we created that for staff so that we can ensure the continuation of operations of UNISA. We provide a lot of guides and online tutors for staff. We provide virtual registrations for students, and there was online examinations that happened during COVID. And essentially, based upon that, the university made a decision that they will never go back to a venue-based exam again. And so since last year, May, which was our first online exams, we now will continue to provide online exams, never to return to a venue-based examinations. And I think for just the support that was required was significant. I think we underestimated the amount of support that will be required. So here you have a university that's going into lockdown, that's going into remote work, and the IT portfolio is the one that's kind of has to support and respond. And so my team essentially, they were being burnt out. They were fatigued. They were tired because not only did they have to prepare the infrastructure for work from home, but they also had to support staff to work from home. And they had to get laptops for staff. It was a time of chaos, absolute chaos. But looking back, it was probably the most rewarding time for me and for my team, because really during that period, we saw our work for the first time as an IT portfolio actually contributes significantly to ensuring the success of the student, because we can ensure that the business will continue, the students will continue to study, write exams, and obviously graduate. I think maybe just to summarize the lessons learned today, that we had an opportunity to reimagine and reinvent UNISA. That you need robust infrastructure that are highly integrated so that it's available anywhere, everywhere, and at any time. You need cybersecurity capability to protect your staff, your information, because as you kind of move into the online space, so you become then exposed to more cybersecurity threats and attacks. You need a digital workforce. That's key. You need to constant training and reskilling of your staff. You need innovative policies and procedures, which we kind of are busy reviewing now, because those policies are completely outdated. They don't work for a post-pandemic world. We need a virtual augmented reality spaces. So in our CSET college, for example, we begin to roll out virtual labs for students so that they can kind of engage in lab work and not being on campus. Innovative use of ICT to support students, and you need to develop capability to support exams online. I think for me, that kind of covers what I wanted to. I think I've kind of got some time to take some questions as well. But I mean, maybe as a kind of a wrap up the conversation is that, so yes, you've got the tech. The tech is key to respond to the changes that are taking place around us. But ultimately, it's the people. It's the people that got to make it work. It's the people that got to support it. And so if you're not kind of considering the human dimension in your conversation, I think that all you're left with just hardware and not humanware. So that's kind of my closing thoughts. And I'm happy to take quick questions after this. Thank you.
It's a case study. It's about the journey traveled, lessons learned from that journey, and what interventions were introduced to try and deal with some of the problems that the university was experiencing. So, if anything, this is one way of learning from the people that have traveled and navigated the problems that we are all going to be facing in a matter of short time from now. And I can't remember the point that Marvin raised when we were at Mpumalanga, but I think the gist of it was about the fact that now that UNISA has got an infrastructure in place, sort of a toolkit that people can use, they are also willing to have participants from the public sector broadly, which means yourselves included, from the point of view of mutual learning. So if there's going to be a need that you develop some of the things that you're not sure about how to perfect them. Here's a classical example of, or a modern example of how things have been done to try and resolve some of the problems that we experienced. Marvin, I saw that on the chat room, there was a question that was raised about e-learning. I don't know whether it was a question or a statement. Perhaps if you can start with that before I open the floor for some further questions.
Thank you. So let me quickly read the question. So much has been said about technology, e-learning, online learning, FIR. To what extent is Limpopo really prepared to enable officials in the province to engage in online learning? So I think that maybe in terms of clarification, so the term FIR, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, describes the current environment that we're in. And I mean, I'm going to do this now. And I was looking for a presentation that I gave about It was about, I think, a few months ago. So let me just quickly open up. I think it maybe is a good thing as I respond to this. Maybe let me do this, if you don't mind. So there we go. Share. All right. Okay, so I think you can you see my screen? Yeah, there you go. So I mean, I presented the 4R in the presentation I gave about a few months ago. And I think for me, I mean, the fourth industrial revolution is a description to kind of describe the time we're in. And I think that's a key thing to understand. And Klaus Schwab is probably the founding fathers of the label, and so he gave it a label. He wrote this book, The Fourth Industrial Revolution, and I'll highly recommend it. But he gave the time we're living in a label, and he called it the 4R. And the reason why he called it 4R was because he observed the following. He observed that individuals are moving between these two digital domains. There's offline reality and the use of technology to manage their lives. That's what he observed. And because he observed that in every sphere of life, he then called it, we'll be moving now from the third industrial revolution to the fourth industrial revolution. And so the question regarding online learning. So online learning consists of two domains, right? The one is actually the infrastructure that's required to make online learning available. And then there is the learner. Now, you've got to get the learner prepared for the environment, and you've got to get the environment prepared for the learner. Now, I can say to you, without a shadow of a doubt, that to get the environment prepared for the learner is actually, in fact, the easy part, because that has been happening for years. I mean, we are doing it. There are other universities across the country that are offering online learning services to students, not as their default delivery model, but as an augmented model. And then there are private institutions that are doing it. So providing the online learning environment is the easy part. How do you get the students ready for online learning is I think, the bigger challenge that we all have, not just Limpopo province, but also UNISA. Because to get the student ready for online learning requires a number of conditions, right? So you need connectivity, you need a device. I don't think it's about the learner's aptitude, even though that might play a part. I think it's got to do with some of the preconditions, the prerequisites that you will need in place in order for the learner to engage in an online learning environment. So they'll need good internet connectivity. They'll need a laptop of some sort. They'll need a data to be able to engage in learning. But I think students are kind of already wanting that online learning experience. So the desire might be there, but the question is, how do you enable the student? And that is the challenge. And we have it at UNISA as well. We have challenges, the same challenges. Every online learning institution in the country as a challenge. But I don't think it's insurmountable. I think it's just the question that you need to understand where you put your focus. So if you want to solve that problem, then solve it. But the online learning infrastructure question is solvable. It's a question of the learner. How do you enable the learner? And that requires, like I said in the early part of my conversation, it requires partnerships. It requires collaboration. So you will need to collaborate and partner with the likes of your network providers, your Cell C, your Vodacoms, to give you data. You need to partner with the likes of the OEMs to provide you with devices at a good price, etc. So there is where you sort of build the partnership model in order to enable the learner to connect to an online service. And then the online service, building it, preparing it, I mean, that is the easy part. So that's kind of my answer to the question. But it's doable. But it needs partnerships, collaboration for it to kind of be effective.
questions that Mabel will respond to if people can sort of indicate if they are in a position to ask questions. Udi, one. Yeah, you can just so that he's able to see
you. The issue is on the reliability, i.e. your firewall, cybersecurity protection, prevention of data. Do we have that in place? What strategy? Because recently we've had the invasion at the port in terms of cybersecurity. Now we need to protect the data, and I don't think Mervyn has touched on that, but I would like to have his comment on it. The other issue is the unreliability of the energy in South Africa, that is electricity provisioning, is unreliable. Now, if you want to go that route, you need to have a very reliable energy provisioning in the country, and we don't have that. The issue of technology poses a threat to trade unions. What has been the attitude of trade unions? Because it calls for highly capital intensive approach in terms of doing work. Now this poses a threat to the tripartite alliance. What has been the attitude or is there an engagement with the representative trade unions in this regard? The issue of cost and affordability. We have a problem in terms of the data bundles, in terms of the cost. Poor people cannot access technology because the cost of data is very high in the country. Are we also contemplating on reviewing regulation in terms of the cost of data for us to be able as learners to participate in the fourth industrial revolution? And curriculum development. So we're still going to go into this new environment using the old curriculum that has been developed many moons ago. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think Mervyn, did you hear the questions? Okay. Mervyn, if you are hearing yeah, but what I wanted to add to the point that Buti was raising around questions of affordability is perhaps how do we realize something that is these days called a balanced inclusion? In other words, high sophisticated access by those with ample resources versus those with limited resources. Because if we don't get the balance right, the chances are that those with sophisticated resources at their disposal will have their voices heard compared to the other side. Over.
Yeah, so let me talk about the security one first. I think the speaker is correct. You need reliable security. And what you're kind of focusing on is, but how do you protect the crown jewels of the organization? And in our case, it's our data. How do we protect that? And I think here lies the challenge for all organizations, is that there is no one size fits all. I mean, we are kind of embarked on an extensive, exhaustive project around cybersecurity. We have about 7 projects currently underway dealing with protecting our infrastructure, protecting our information. So we've just essentially gone out to the market on a tender for cyber infrastructure managed services. Some of you will have seen that, the tender closed, we're busy adjudicating that, and that kind of aims at replacing all our firewalls. It aims at giving us capability to do a security operations center that will monitor all our traffic 24/7, alert us to any anomalies. So that's kind of what that tender was about. But I think that before you even get to cybersecurity, you have to first understand the business model. I think that for me is sometimes the key that's missing, is that we then become reactive and we focus on the things that are kind of trending. But for us, we spend a lot of time looking at the UNISA business model, what capabilities are required in order to support and enable a UNISA business model. And that business model obviously is a shift from where the university was. So, and the shift really is about providing services to students, by putting students at the center, by making available digital services now in the form of support, in the form of teaching and learning, in the form of research capability. And then what ICT tech is required in order to enable that, and what capabilities you need. So kind of we spend a lot of time developing a UNISA business model aligned to the Odell strategy. And then kind of the question is, so from a technology point of view, what's needed? From an applications portfolio point of view, what's needed? And then from a cybersecurity, how do you wrap cybersecurity around all of our services? And so we spent that about a year and a half doing all that work. And so when we came to the cybersecurity question, we then acknowledged that we have a architecture blueprint that is needed for cybersecurity. And so we kind of in the process of rolling that out. So there's the challenges that you have when you're looking at how do you protect information. If you have a decentralized model like we have, then there's no single gateway into anything. We have multiple gateways. And so you need to make sure that all those gateways are protected. If you have legacy infrastructure like UNISA has, you got to make sure that you're constantly monitoring legacy infrastructure for vulnerabilities. You're constantly making sure that you are patching. And so all of that work is needed to kind of protect information until you get to a point where you can replace it or upgrade it. And so we kind of, I mean, where I'm sitting, I mean, there's not a day go past that we don't speak about cyber, that we don't talk about the projects that we have. And so we kind of, like I said, we have all these projects. I mean, the most exciting one is the one that kind of is being adjudicated, which will replenish, refresh all our cybersecurity hardware, as well as provide us with a 24/7 security operations center. So that's kind of, for me, the key. And so you need, I think, 3 or 4 key capabilities within an organization. You need to be able to monitor and manage your traffic 24/7. So some software needs to be monitoring your traffic all the time, which we have. And then you need the ability to kind of, for some individuals, to kind of interpret that to make sure that you can respond effectively in the event of there be a breach of some sort. And then you require things like identity access management. So you need an identity access management framework. You need staff to have access to the right information, the right staff to the right information. And so all of those things, I mean, that's why I say it's such a big topic that, but you can't just be reactive. You need to have a plan, you need to have an approach, and you need to have a blueprint that you're working towards. So that's kind of where we're at the moment. I think the other key question relates to energy provision. And so I agree that without the stable, consistent ESCOM services, it's very difficult to talk about online services. But I think that again, here we come back to the innovation, right? So where you don't have stable energy, there are alternative energy sources that you could use to ensure that you have services available. So you might not have it available 24/7, but you can definitely have it available 8 hours of the day. And so you could use solar to kind of drive a data center to provide online services from 8 to 5. But you may not be able to do it for 24/7. So I think that it is not so I think if our reliance is only on ESCOM, I think we're in trouble. But I think that's no longer the case because there is alternative energy sources available to us to use to drive energy. So I think we kind of can start to think out of the box regarding energy supply in a South African context. And I mean, here up in Gauteng, I mean, there's so much sun that we can kind of use solar power to kind of drive some of these services. I think the question of trade unions is an important question. And it comes back to the stakeholder management question. And if you don't engage with your stakeholders, you don't consult with your stakeholders, what it does lead to, it does lead to disruptive services. And so at UNISA, I mean, we are trying very hard to consult with our unions regarding the impact of the changes that are taking place within the technology space, within the organizational space. But I think we all know that. So I mean, in the conversation that I've had with our unions, they are aware that there are changes taking place. But I think that for me, the bigger question that I kind of always bring to the attention of the unions is that we have two options as a continent. We can either become reliant or more reliant on the US or China, or we can start to develop our own capability. And I think that is, for me, is where you start to see opportunities for the shifting of roles and of skill. And I think that, yes, so you might maybe get to optimize a department because you're introducing technology, but you also can start to take the same talent and start to use them to build your own capability. And I think that's the question that we got to maybe talk about more, is how can we become more proficient, more independent as a continent? Because if we don't start to think like that, I think we'll always be we'll always be in the line looking for support from from the Americans or the Chinese or the Europeans. But yet we have so many resources on this continent, in the country, that can be utilized, they can be trained, they can be upskilled in order to give us those services. So I think there's an opportunity. I don't think this is a question of losing staff. I think this is a question of how do we retrain staff and reskill staff to actually control and own our own destiny, as opposed to kind of handing it over to some third party, which actually, in fact, is happening at the moment. I think the cost of affordability, I think it's we saw it, right? I mean, the higher education sector, we saw during the lockdown that connectivity to online services or online resources, it's only really made available for MNOs, the Cell C, Vodacom, MTN, and Telkom. I mean, if you as a learner want to access online services, then essentially you need to engage with one of those four. And hence the question regarding partnerships. And I think it was during the lockdown when there was a mandate given to these providers to make services free to online services. So it's essentially, as a student, I mean, during the lockdown, you weren't charged to access MyUnisa, or UCT, or Pretoria, or UJ. And I think that's the conversation that we need to continue having at the government policy level. That access to teaching and learning resources is part of developing the talent pool that we have, so that we can actually enable our youth to find employment, so we can enable our workforce to become digitally active. I think it's an important question to have, and I think that hopefully, as we kind of continue as a higher education sector engage with government, I think at a government level, we must see access to online learning services as a right. And we must make that freely available, just like they did it during the COVID pandemic. They must make that available to any learner that wants to learn, so that you kind of remove barriers for learning, and you remove any of the barriers to kind of access these services. And I think for me, that is the conversation. If you can get that right, which I think is doable, I think we're able to assist in the question of how do we develop the country, how do we grow the economy, how do we grow skill, How do we get the youth employed? I think it should become a standard. It should be a right. Access to teaching and learning content should be free. And that's kind of my view.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, a round of applause for Mervyn. Thanks a million. Mervyn is not in Bahamas. He's sitting comfortably in his own office. So it's just the management of the background. Right, so thanks, colleagues. I think the persistent messages that are coming through partnerships, I mean, Jeanette, you raised the importance of partnerships, collaboration. People raised collaboration between the NSG and CETA, and the PCETA and DPSA and other sister organizations there. And the whole question around managing what we are doing, even if it is virtual, it's remote. So these are some of the, if you like, leitmotifs or common threads that are coming from the two presentations that are reminding us of the key things that we should not lose sight of when we speak about transition from the old pre-COVID-19 norms to what is becoming termed as the new normal. As we bow for lunch, colleagues, I'll be handing over to Dr. Shezi to just manage the remaining part of today. And we will be here exactly at 2 o'clock. So lunch is served from now. And let's see, but before we... Rebecca will lead us to where the lunch is going to be served. It's in the restaurant. Just a reminder that it's 2 drinks per person. So let's adjourn for now, and we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thanks.
Workforce and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through memoranda of understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batho PLE principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030, the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need for us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month, and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training intervention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent, since 2009, several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong,
we care,
we serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through Memorandum of Understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batho Pele principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030, the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and KEG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent, since 2009, several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong.
We care.
We serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through Memorandum of Understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batho PLE principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030, the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need for us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month, and in a financial year, on this specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, We have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent, since 2009, several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batho Pele principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong,
we care,
we serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through Memorandum of Understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batho Pele principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030, the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need for us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong,
we care,
we serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through Memorandum of Understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batupili principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030, the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on this specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training intervention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we are facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent, since 2009, several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batho Pele principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong,
we care,
we serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through Memoranda of Understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batho Pele principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030, the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can we please ask those who are still outside to come in? I'm not Dr. Shezi, as it was indicated that he will take this session. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who has been our program director, which is Mr. Soli Mohaladi, who is part of the NSG panel of experts. He holds a master's degree in public management, obtained from Regenesis Schools of Public Management, amongst other academic qualifications. He also completed the Gardner Institute of Business Science Executive Leadership Development Program, besides the Change Management Leadership Training with RIPA in London. Mr. Soli has been with the NSG for a while, so he is our expert, and he's also been a chief director at the then Balama. Those who have been with us would know that we used to be Balama. And he's also been a Deputy Director General in the Public Sector Development at the Gauteng City Region. Mr. Soli is going to be giving us a presentation on organizational resilience during and post-COVID-19 pandemic, a leadership challenge in public sector organization. We welcome you. A round of applause, colleagues.
Thank you, Rebecca. Colleagues, with regard to the presentation I'm about to make, I need to first of all indicate that in various ways you will find that it reinforces some of the points, particularly those that Mervyn made in the presentation before lunch, because the two presentations are themed in terms of COVID-19. So we looked at what transpired in UNISA in terms of the lessons learned and the interventions they made. With this one in particular, I've decided to foreground the theme of resilience, organizational resilience. Just to throw in a disclaimer, I'm not an expert in organizational resilience, but it's a topic that is emerging quite sharply in management literature, both in public as well as the private sector, spurred on by the experiences, particularly with regard to COVID-19. So I'm putting it across to yourselves so that we can share some of those emerging thoughts around what challenges organizations are facing as a result of COVID-19, and in particular, what are leaders in those organizations expected to do? So the answers are not given because this is a new navigation, particularly in the public service, not so much in the private sector, because we know that for some reasons that one cannot explain, the private sector generally, and this involves even the global experience, has been more agile than the private sector, than the public sector, and this is in recognition of the fact that our modalities of operations are quite different. Public sector formations are extensively characterized by bureaucracy, whereas if you look at the private sector, you'll contend more with innovation, experimentation, etc. And that is why, in various aspects, they tend to be trailblazing with regards to the new terrains of knowledge and development. And it is for this reason that it is proper that we speak about the imperative of partnerships. Not partnerships as in internal benchmarkings amongst ourselves. Limpopo benchmarking with Mpumalanga, Mpumalanga benchmarking with Free State. But looking beyond our boundaries. Because some of the innovations that are continuing to happen in private sector organizations are a must in public sector formations. So you can draw strengths from both. As I often make a point, there's no case about an absolutist way of doing things. It's not a one-stream reality, and it's not binary logic, either public or private. It doesn't work like that. So we often have to contend with realities of having to traverse both worlds and harness input from the rest of them as we chart uncharted terrains. I need to understand how this works because I'm seeing myself on the screen. Yeah. So it looks at that topic, but as we go on, let me share with you the contents. Some I will not elaborate extensively because we have been through that content already, but we'll look at what COVID-19 means for organizations, the leadership burden posed by the pandemic versus the opportunities it presents, the current and future challenges facing supervisors or managers or leaders in organizations, including in the public sector. And I'm saying both management and leadership because the lines are blurred between the two areas, and both of them strategically and operationally very important in the lives of the organizations we are managing. And then we'll share some thoughts on organizational resilience and sustainability. That part deals mainly with some of the modules that are being sold to the international community of organizations so that we can learn what others are doing. But I'll be making a point throughout the presentation that models, tools, and techniques are to be understood as guidelines, not as being chiseled in stone. We still need to innovate within the knowledge domains that we come across. So this will be models. Colleagues, there's already a community of interest on resilience internationally, spearheaded by countries such as the UK, USA, Canada, and New Zealand. And I think it's going to be something that I'm going to encourage you to look at. There's a plethora of literature that is available already in that space of organizational resilience, so that as we speak about this concept, which may be seen as something that lies into the distant future, but nevertheless, something that we cannot escape from. So I'm going to encourage that we become knowledge masters in particular ways, just at least in terms of understanding the concept, so that we can get into the mode of generation of templates. And then lastly, we can look at the takeaways. So, what organizational resilience means for organizations is in terms of the following. One, we must understand it as a disruptive crisis at the start, but plenty of opportunities now and into the future. You'd be aware that during the opening remarks, I sort of characterized the COVID-19 pandemic as a necessary crisis and a good crisis for that matter. And a good crisis is the one that presents us with many opportunities. It is the moment to shine if we are able to lock horns with the reality of this disruption. But if we see it as a disruption that needs to be avoided, obviously opportunities of learning get to be lost in that process. So I'm going to encourage that despite the challenges that we are going through in our various departments, in our various provinces, do not be deterred. It is the moment to take up the mandate of organizational resilience and run through the door with it. And as you do that, you'll be a trailblazer yourself. We'll be able to learn from you. So let it not be something that creates a permanent paralysis, at least in terms of our thoughts, or something that is seen to be an enchanted territory forever. It's not going to be. And we need to be prepared for that. So I'm characterizing it, therefore, as something that offers us plenty of opportunities. But like Mervyn was stating, it is increasingly exposing organizations to risks. And he eloquently mentioned the issue of the cyber attacks. I'm not going to mention that. But it has already also disrupted business operations in a way previously unimagined. And the issue is, as we speak about the imperative of business continuity, how are we able to navigate the uncertainties between the past and where we need to be going? Budi makes a point about the need for curriculum review. That is clearly going to be, because the templates around business continuity may be templates that for now remain archaic. And of course, we need to change gear and look into the future, and the future that is underpinned by experimentation, innovation, and creativity. So if anything, those are the three fundamental pillars underpinning what this organizational resilience is about. It's about locking horns with the unknown, right? It's also about the softer issues, or what people sometimes refer to as the softer issues, like the culture, organizational culture issues, the norms and values. Again, Mervyn touched on that a little bit. And whilst other people may think that an issue such as organizational values towards formation of agility in organization is a softer question, I'm the first one to argue that we are making a very grievous mistake if that is the orientation in terms of our thinking. Norms and standards, even though soft, can determine what happens in an organization with a very solid strategic framework in place. In Mpumalanga, I made a point that a wrong organizational culture eats strategy for breakfast. So what that means is that we can be how sophisticated in terms of the strategy, but if the organizational culture is not right, is not receptive to strategy, it's not going to cut it. And the same goes with this experience of COVID-19. It is bringing a culture that previously did not exist in organization. The issue is what becomes the dominant culture. Because you see, organizations will have subcultures, isn't that? Organizations will have subcultures, but you need to have a dominant culture that is propelled at the level of management or at the apex of the organization for that organization to be known as following a particular culture. So don't worry about subcultures or some of the default cultures that are there, for as long as they do not upset the apple cart. Embrace them, because there's something to learn from them. Harness the dissent that comes from the things that you did not anticipate, because that's how we are going to address what needs to be addressed. So in another sense, organizational resilience, it's about business as usual. This is the term that has been bandied around in the past. We know about what business as usual, what it means and stuff like that. It's about developing adaptive capacities, innovation, experimentation, as I mentioned, and nurturing. The last bullet point for me is quite important. Nurturing lateral organizational learning. Again, we know the concept of organizational learning, but in that conceptual understanding of organizational learning, we need to embrace what are commonly referred to as start failures towards a growth and development mindset and continuous improvement. So we are qualifying the kind of failures we are talking about. It's not just general failures, but start failures, not failures forever. But as you start, you are definitely going to have to go through hurdles. And as you fail, you should not be punished. Again, the point that Mervyn raised, I think Maja also raised it, that let's allow our employees, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond, let's allow them to fail and embrace the failure. See what you're going to learn from that. Quite amazing experiences. But if you are going to punish organizational failure, the chances are that the whole notion of organizational resilience is going to be a distant reality, an elusive goal, one that will never be achieved. So let's be poised to that and see what emerges out of that. I mean, I was sharing a story of how the young people in this country approached the Independent Electoral Commission and said to the management of that organization, well, we acknowledge the fact that you may be not technologically savvy, but we are, as the young people. We are millennials and we can experiment with the unknowns. Let's show you how we can manage elections without the long queues that lead to unnecessary deaths and collapse out of fatigue and so on. And guess what? The IEC is beginning to entertain the model of, for example, new voting systems that are going to be automated. Doesn't mean that there are no challenges in that particular regard, but we should not say because there are challenges, therefore we must leave. I mean, Maja made a point about a shift away from what has been known in terms of the appointment of public servants in the public service, a shift from that, a strategic shift from that to meritocracy. But it doesn't mean that meritocracy will not give you challenges. There's a book, and I would also suggest that you go and have a look at it. It's called The Arrogance of Talent, a view on meritocracy, all right? The author in that book argues that as a result of some of the developments that happened with the talented people in positions of authority and influence, some of the countries in Europe, in particular, he mentions the United States, but also goes to the UK, and say it was unanticipated in a country such as the US to have a president like Donald Trump. But US had Donald Trump because people somehow got disappointed by the elite, the talented, right? And wanted to see some change that will come from the unknowns. So whether we agree with some of the things that Donald Trump did, whether we agree with some of the things that the Prime Minister in the UK did, whether we agree with what Macron is doing in France, it really doesn't matter, but it showed that the electorate wanted to test with something, because the author then continues to say, if you were to experiment with the corruption of the elite, you'll realize that it's more disappointing, it's more adversely impacting than the corruption of the conventional. I'm just raising those issues so that we can be broad-minded on some of the thinking theories that are coming through. So colleagues, what this often means is that for us to succeed, we need this huge, giant leap of faith. From the failures, gravitating to successes. And without taking that huge jump, where the possibility lies that you can fall in between the two exists. But without taking that up as a challenge, we are not likely to go to the promised land of success. So it often means a giant leap of faith. So that's why I'm saying and encouraging you to experiment with failure, but not failure for the sake of making it permanent. At one particular point, you need to say, we have been failing too long, and we need to take this giant leap of faith, and maybe the situation ahead is what we need to be arriving at. So if we look at the current and post-19 leadership burdens, the following are some of what is coming from this emerging literature on organizational resilience. It talks about, and some of these things we know, colleagues. One is absenteeism at workplaces. As a result of the impact of COVID-19 and the regulatory frameworks and the need for policy reviews. Again, Mervyn made a point that some of the policies that have been there before COVID-19 will have to be reviewed. It's like, Budi, your policy on curriculum development. It can't be the same as it used to be in the past, in the midst of COVID. It needs to have a rethinking of some sort so that any strategy and policy is as relevant as the times in which it is developed. Otherwise, it's not going to have any currency, right? We are seeing low productivity levels, and I know that I'm speaking to the converted. You are seeing this live in your own units, in your own department, where there are low productivity levels, not by design. There are low productivity levels because the disruption caught us unprepared. And the question is, like it was mentioned in the 5 pillars across the value chain, and again, in the presentation by UNISA. The question is, are we beginning to develop some capabilities on performance management in teleworking or remote working, as we know it? What does it mean for people to be efficient and effective working from home? Do we have templates that must guide us? Because if you look at what the National Disaster Act and the established committees that have been set up to advise are saying, they will say this is what we expect managers to do, but leave a lot of the gameplay to yourselves as managers. So there it is giving you ample opportunity to try and experiment with the unknown. So we have seen that low productivity level issue and the declining work ethic. A lack of balance between results and remote working. Low-level employee resistance. If others can work remotely, I can too. Have you ever heard that? Yes, because in the past, especially when the lockdowns started, the working from home used to be the domain of top management. And we'd even go to an extent of making sure that they had all the ample resources required to enable them to work from home. But because of limited budget realities in our department, it was not possible to spread it out to all the workforce. And Mervyn talks about the digital workforce. It's not talking about the digital top management workforce, but the entire workforce having to be digitalized. Access to the NPVs by all, the 3Gs were not issues that were accessible to low-level staff employees. And yet they were supported, they were expected to support top management. So with these things come burdens of budgets, come budget priorities that need to be looked at, colleagues. And I also spoke to you about the fact that anecdotal research is pointing to the fact that they said, if you can work from home, I can too. But there will come a time when they will tell us that even if you say I must report, I won't. This is my health. You know these stories, right? You have been told directly into your faces that I'm not, or at least when you want to be so aggressive, they come up with all sorts of creative ways, but not to be in the office. I'm talking about our colleagues. So it's not something to put some boxing gloves on about, but it is something to begin to understand, because as Mervyn helpfully reminds us, let us all the time be aware that we are dealing with people. And people's issues are very important. So whether we think their anxieties are misplaced or not, for as long as they exist as anxieties, they need to be well understood. Jeanette talks about the importance of reskilling the workforce, right? Because we can't go through an experiment like COVID-19 and remain the same, with our same toolkits, with our same management styles, with our same approaches. So to a certain extent, as we speak about the reskilling, the 3 or 4 fingers are pointing at ourselves. We also need to reskill ourselves to be able to lock horns with the disruption caused by COVID-19. And when we speak about the resourcing the workplace, including research-based remote L&D, again, you raised the point about why are we not accessing research outputs? That's the point. It's mentioned there. We need to be accessing research in order to stay afloat. So learning and development, colleagues, or HRD, as we know it, is mission critical for future fit organization. So if your organization now still relies on paper, still relies on people being in the office all the time, you are not future fit. You are archaic. And very soon you are going to be irrelevant. And if you are irrelevant, like Maja was saying, we may ask you to leave. So these are the hard realities. They haven't started pinching, but they will very soon. And we better be prepared around those realities. Poor employee and employer relationships, and also employee-employee relationships. Because let me tell you, COVID-19 has brought into sharp focus the importance of people working together as a team, even though they are working remotely. They may be in different settings, some on holiday homes, and some at the beaches, but with their laptops. But you, as their manager, have the responsibility to still make sure there is an alignment, team alignment. You still need to make sure that there is this thing called trust among the team members and the common understanding of the vision that must drive them working together. Otherwise, you will open the Zoom meeting and you'll hear some of them remaining silent from the beginning up to the end of the meeting. And when you ask, it's like, I'm having connectivity issues. It's becoming a popular knee-jerk, right? I'm experiencing connectivity issues. It's not that. It could be that there is a Zoom fatigue that needs to be managed. It could be that people are still struggling with issues of affiliation to technology. And it could be the issue that Buti was raising about the fact that there are consistent lockdowns in between and people are not able to work productively. But it starts with knowing exactly what the problem is. In other words, having a right diagnosis so that we can have a proper prognosis. What we are also seeing, colleagues, is accountability deficit. Remember, I'm talking about leadership burdens. I'm talking about the things that you should know. That when people are working as your team, but they are away from you and all that, and there are no clear rules of the game, there's a likelihood of accountability deficit, or what it's termed in common language, accountability diffusion. It's not me, it's this one. And that one say, no, but it's not, it can't be me, it must be the other one. So you're running around in circles. So do we have the rules of the game put in place about how this team is going to be working together, or how this organization is going to be working together? Unfortunately, this is the work of management. So the things that we learned theoretically about different stages of organizational development, your norming, your storming, and all that, will have to have a new focus here. So that's how serious this issue is becoming, colleagues. And with it, we are seeing also a high turnover of staff. And I'm including the unhealthy turnover due to burnout and necessity. You see, you can have turnover in an organization, but you need to understand what kind of turnover are you having. If people leave, and these are your snipers, you give them a task, they will do it in no time. It's an unhealthy turnover. Ordinarily, you would like to keep these people in the organization. But they leave because the mistake we do as managers is to begin to develop a dependency on such people, and they burn out quite easily. And because they are a scarce skill in terms of attitude and competence, they leave. And they leave you with what? Dead wood. Now, the thing you must always remember with dead wood is the following. You've got two problems. One is a problem of people that are in that organization, and you can do nothing about them. But the second problem is, of course, there are no results as a result of them being there. And public servants are like my principal used to say when I was a teacher back then. My principal used to say, a teacher is like a mountain. This person does not come to school, doesn't go to class, doesn't do what, but it's very difficult to get this person out of the system. And you can almost say the same thing in the public service. The public service we have in our country today is exactly like that. So avoid the dead wood to the extent possible. So the issue of reskilling comes into the play, especially with regard to COVID-19. But of course, I'm going to be brutal and suggest to you the healthy turnover. You must not wink an eye, you must encourage it. Sometimes you get blamed as HR managers that a lot of people are leaving your organization. The problem is you. How often have you heard the term, good employees leave because of poor management? It's not necessarily true, I argue. And some of these that are leaving are not necessarily good. You know them. So they leave their old behaviors because of good management. Get that? Yes. So don't worry when they leave, because you do not tolerate nonsense. But of course, don't be a bully in the crawl. All right? Move along with them and try and teach them the right ethos, the right way of doing things, and maybe you can succeed. So I'm touching on something that came from the survey outcomes on how learning will be delivered in the future. You are also responsible for e-learning. You are also responsible for human resource development in your workspace. And this is from the Learning Guild. A Learning Guild is like the PSTF, but I think it's based in the UK. It is that organization that does some research, surveys, and produce some templates, as I spoke from the start. But if you look at that slide, and you look at when that survey was conducted, you will see that the 37% belong to a lot. Can you see on the first part there, the first column, where people were commenting on the virtual instructor-led courses of the future? So a lot of people in 2019 already made a point about training going through virtual means or virtual platforms. And the same kind of survey was conducted in 2021. You still have a lot of people believing that that is going to be the case. And you can even do some projections into what will be happening in 2022. So learning is no longer going to be virtual. I mean, I hear some of the team members in NSG, my colleagues, mentioning how they are preparing delegates as they come to training. Some of these old practices are going to have to dissipate as we lock horns with the new approaches to learning. And this is what is giving us a clue of what we can expect. So if anything, we need to jack up our prowess when it comes to the delivery of training. And we need to do that through the e-learning platforms. Now, as Maja was correctly saying, you don't come to Limpopo with your knapsack and saying, I'm going to do e-learning. Because you are able to do it from wherever you are without necessarily having to be here. So for the NSG and other training academies, it poses a particular challenge, but I'm happy because the NSG has already started locking horns with this reality. And that is why some of the offerings are through the e-learning platform. But, and this is a big but, e-learning does not necessarily mean the conversion of content into digital format. There's a lot to e-learning, starting with the issues of design, having the target audience in mind, and having to do a number of things around it. Because the minute you define your target audience, it will tell you the kind of delivery strategies you need to have. If you know that your target audience is this class of people, by research, we are told that this group and of people with this age learn better when they go through the different modalities of learning. And for them, the following are suggested. So can you see what it means? So it's not like when you have translated the content as it is into digital format, then that's e-learning. There's a lot that needs to happen there. But I think there's some good work that the NSG is doing in this regard. If we can look at that concept again broadly, it's grounded on good undertaking of disruption-related risk and developing plans to mitigate the risk. You can't take the issue of risk management from organizational resilience. It's almost one of those things underpinning it. And when I discuss one of the models later on in the presentation, I will be touching on the one that anchors organizational risk management as the way to go in developing the organization to be resilient. And it's not about quick fixes, colleagues, I've mentioned this. So it's a learning curve. It's premised on making the four legs of the elephant dance in tandem. No, it's based on strategy. I mean, there's a book called Making the Elephant Dance. It's like, it's very short. It's like that book called Who Moved My Cheese? Do you know that? The one that we read about when we do change management. Now, that one on organizational resilience, and again, I'm lost again, so I don't know what is happening. Okay. That one called Making the Elephant Dance, it's about anchoring strategy in organizational resilience. Making sure that it's not only one business imperative in your department that is working, but all of them are. And these are likened to the four legs of an elephant. Now, if you dance with only two legs, it won't cut it. So you don't need to be a two-wheel drive. If I must make use of the metaphor of a car, you need to be a four-wheeled drive organization to have agility coming in. It's not only about weathering the current storm, but also about being ready for the next wave. Now, Dr. Amaja told us that the next wave may not be COVID-20 or COVID-21. The next wave may be climate change. Now, for those of you who were watching the news last night, there was a piece that was delivered by a young, pretty girl who is a member of the Greenpeace movement. Did you see that? When she was arguing the point that future development projects are not going to be based on strategies that are powered by coal. So we will need to depend a lot on renewable energy, all right? And again, the point was made around the solar, the sun, and wind being available. And for some reasons, Maja, in South Africa, we are shying away from debating the imperative of nuclear. I don't know why that, but some countries are already looking at that, including Rwanda, right? So let's be aware that as we speak about our energy mix master plan, we maximize all the potential leverage points that we can master to be able to address the energy deficiency issues that the country is experiencing. So we're just sharing this thought that it is better to be not unipolar, but to be as multipolar as we can afford. So climate change is the next one, and there will be other forms of waves in the past that are going to be not endemic, but are going to be pandemic. Because if it is endemic, then a particular country can deal with that problem, assisted by others where the impact is not felt, or at least it doesn't exist. But if it is pandemic, the globe is going through the same experience. So we're not talking waves such as cholera, no. It was an endemic. But here we're talking pandemics. And OR, it's dynamic. It's a response to changing conditions. So what do we understand as a progression of organizational resilience maturity? Because you can't just move very roughly from COVID-19 to the next desired level. You need to go through steps. It's an evolution. It goes through its own phases. And the experts, such as those from the Journal of Emergency Management in Australia, are suggesting the following: that this is how organizations reach agility or organizational resilience. You start with being reactive to issues. You'll come, we did scenario maps when we were hit by COVID-19, and some of those scenario mappings were not up to scratch, but we did them nevertheless. In other words, we reacted to the disruption quite immediately, right? But we emphasized the issue of people having to come, et cetera, et cetera. Of people having to come and make sure that, the work was continuing. We were very unsure. So, but we need to be gravitating from the unpreparedness level to what is called the prepared level. But still that prepared phase does not give you agility. The end goal becomes the third leg, which is the adaptive phase. And the adaptive phase is where you derive agility. This is where you can claim that the organization is agile. Remember, there was a slide from Mervyn that says, moving from the traditional to the agile organizations. This is exactly it. So if it was to be traditional, it would be from the low level, at the confluence there, at the vertical axis at the bottom, and the horizontal axis between capability to cope and time. So you will be at the reactive. The reactive is now considered traditional, archaic. Prepared, you're getting there. But the end goal is not to stay in the prepared, you need to be adaptive. Now, towards the end, colleagues, I'm now focusing at the integrated, or maybe what I would consider to be some of the models that are coming through. And the one is called the integrated functions model. Now, that model, as I said, it's anchored around the risk management, but it does recognize other harder issues that are very important and which need to gel with each other for this organization to be resilient. It's around looking at business continuity management. Speakers before me have raised that question. Looking at security management, emergency management, crisis management. These are the business imperatives for every organization, but you need to anchor them around risk management. Of course, we know how you do risks in organizations. it is a terrain that is done by the risk management team in your department, and you often loathe the idea of attending to risk management meetings, risk management workshops. When the units are calling for workshops to try and develop operational risks and strategic risks, what do you often say? It's not my job, it's their job. They want us to do their KPIs. It's not their KPIs anymore, colleagues. Risk management is going to underpin everything we do moving forward. So whatever comes, what are the risks associated with this new development? And how does it permeate in the other organizational areas, such as those that have been mentioned there? In the past, we used to talk about quality circles. You remember that, right? And the quality circles would be those little quality assurance circles that must make sure that systemically the whole organization was functional. So that is one model that it's about the harder issues. But if you look at the next model, which is attributional resilience model, it's more around what people consider to be the softer issues. And again, I'm not going to touch on it, but it begins to raise the question of leadership importance quite sharply. And it is this leadership that must promote awareness. This leadership that must make people aware of the change sensitivities. This leadership that must make sure that there are values that are not repugnant to the vision that is being crafted, but these values support the vision, right? It is this leadership that must make sure that ultimately we reach agility and move towards the enhanced resilience. So if anything, see yourself in this picture. But then the last one, which is a composite resilience model, it's actually a combination of the two. Because with this, you are beginning to see the importance of emergent leadership. Now, what is emergent leadership? It's not you. You have been in leadership roles for quite a long time. You've been there for the past maybe 10 years or so. Emergent leadership is talking to the importance of people in your team. That must be harnessed. And again, Jeanette, you spoke about succession planning. This is exactly where it features. Emergent leaders are those that have been identified in organizations because of their potential to carry the organization to the next level. Are you doing it? Or are you disturbed by booty political pressure of going a particular route in terms of appointing people? But it is this kind of leadership, colleagues, that's going to make a cut in future. So identify your sharpshooters, people with the necessary adrenaline in the organization to propel that organization and catapult it to the next level. Otherwise, we are doomed to fail. But anchor it on strategy. Again, I make the point. Wrong organizational culture eats strategy for breakfast. So if this strategy is not resilient enough, and the culture that, in terms of the last model you are building, is not supportive of that strategy, forget it. If you are going to do a digital human resource development strategy, and this strategy does not speak to how you intend to have the business strategy supported, then it's misplaced. We don't even need to ask the question. It's misplaced right from the start. So it's a very cursory analysis, a deep stick view of what needs to be happening. So let's be mindful of that. So it harnesses the processes, the infrastructure, the technology, information and knowledge, but guess what? This new wave, colleagues, does not suggest that technology is the panacea. So it's an enabler, but there are lots of other issues within the system that you still need to talk about. The Industry 4.0 was talking about the Internet of Things, was talking about if you are not going to automate your business processes, you rather pack and go home. So if we are still doing our training by way of getting people to fill in a form called the workplace skill plan and whatnot, and we are not thinking of doing it differently to try and also save the trees, because this issue of environmental crisis is also going to be another wave. Deforestation and all that. It's going to be a problem in the future. We don't understand it when we are too distant from it. But countries that do not have trees find it difficult to breathe. And those that find it difficult to breathe die young. Are you with me there? So that is the ultimate reality. So some concluding remarks. It is useful to remember the old saying that all models are inconclusive, but some illustrate useful points. So take from these modules what works and avoid that which doesn't work. Integrate where it's possible, innovate by way of harnessing local wisdom around issues, and move along with the teams to make it happen. Leadership drives change and resilience in organization, and leaders must act as heroes and not act as, they mustn't act as heroes, they must act as hosts. There's a difference between the two. If you are a hero, that organization only survives because you are there. You are a hero. But if you are a host, you are aware of the importance of taking the team along. You are hosting the team. And in this way, we can come up with a notion of success or succession in organization. Resilience is driven by business strategy and value, North Star. So this is the North Star and not technology. And the latter is part of the ecosystem to enable success. And I'm not going to repeat the point that I made at the last bullet point. And colleagues, questions for leaders are the following. This is the last slide. What is to be done differently moving forward? I don't have answers to those questions. It's for us to engage with those matters. What are the labor relations implications and policy changes required now and beyond? Budi was asking the question whether we are meeting with labor unions as we speak about the engagement of technology in the way we do our businesses, because there's fear, and a legitimate one, that says people are going to be losing their jobs. But there is also some comfort and solace to be derived from knowing that the new terrain also offers new employment opportunities. How do we deal with the softer issues? Increasing COVID-19 infections, stigma, and general employment wellness. How do we resolve these matters? Are leaders going to hit the reset button after the pandemic? In other words, you go back to the factory setting. Forget about it when all else fails. You hit the reset button, factory settings. In this case, there's no factory settings. So the option of factory settings does not exist and will not exist. And leaders only have one option. They will have to pivot quickly, like a pivot door. Pivot very quickly from this scenario to the next. Reimagine and rethink everything that we have been doing. Okay? And how to retain the high flyers in departments. I've spoken to you about the research pointing to the fact that many people are going to run away from organizations. I mean, the fact that people can't even go on holiday. For some people, that is a source of strength and the source of, gathering that energy again to come back. And the fact that they can't even enjoy holidays because they are, there's this saying that says, if my home is my office and I'm all the time at my home, it means all the time I'm working. Did you hear that? So think about it, okay? So this is the slide that summarizes it all. By evident, chameleon. So it changes as it moves. And this is what we will have to become as we adapt. And colleagues, that I think concludes my piece. Don't ask difficult questions. I said I'm not an expert.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhaladi. Another round of applause for Mr. Mkhaladi. Colleagues, I'll open the floor to get any questions, comments on this topic. And also note that the room on my right is also allowed to engage. We are not leaving you behind. So if there are any questions, there is a mic available that side. And we do have someone who will indicate if there is a question or a comment. Do we have anyone who would like to comment? Okay, noted, that's the first one. Second, okay. You may proceed, sir.
Program Director, thank you very much for bringing Soli to Limpopo. I'm so excited. I'm actually very inspired and motivated by today's proceedings. Soli said that let's allow our employees to fail. Out there, we've got Auditor General, we've got Scope, we've got Parliament, we've got community who want to see or who talk about consequence management. Now, my question is, how do we strike the balance between consequence management and allowing employees to fail at this time? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take the second question, then I'll give you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. I have a lot of, don't know whether to say comments and questions, because the presentation really was so informative. And I was asking myself, Uri, as HRD, is our role helpful? Looking at the burdens that were caused by the COVID-19 to the leaders, and how much impact do we have as the section or as HRD? When Mervyn was presenting, and I was reflecting on the incidents that were happened during the introduction of the Zoom meetings. You know, a lot of things were happening. Educators, I will always talk about educators because I'm from education. And I think that is the department that when they take the decision, they forget that is exceptional. It's not the same with other departments because we appoint on 2 acts, the PSA and the EEA. So then with these Zoom meetings, we find that somebody has put himself or herself on a video. And this person will forget that we are looking at him or her. Will do some other things. One can even go to bathroom because they didn't know. They didn't have time to be trained. We were reactive, actually, and these things had to be done. So that was a challenge. And I think now, because we were reactive, we had to go to the preparing level, more especially we are talking about the second wave or the fourth wave that will be coming. And then people need to be reskilled. That's why I started asking whether as HRD, we are having an impact, and then what is our role now? Because this is a disaster that the department or the government is facing. So, and the other challenge is that, yes, while we are reacting, people, they didn't have the resources. You had to take people through virtual training, and then people, they don't have data, they don't have the phones that can be able to operate to that level. Their cell phones are those ones of Smolonyana, which cannot even have the WhatsApp. So that was a great challenge. And people were not even trained, like I've indicated. Now we go to the organizational structure itself versus the organizational nature or behavior. You find that the structure itself, that's why I was asking myself for it, as HRD, do we have impact? Because the organizational structure, and I believe for SHRD, we had to do HRD and planning goes with the research. So now, but the structure itself, you find that is a funnel-like. Up there is big and down there is thin. And down there is where a lot of work is done. So now we go to the emergent leadership. This is what I was crying and lamenting on. This one, I think the deployment has robbed us. It's good to have to deploy people on certain levels, but it's not good when we deploy people that they don't have relevant skills. I think the career path had to be considered when people that are deployed. So to sustain, there must be a sustainability of the performance. And what I've realized also during the presentation, Mr. Soli, is that one cannot train others if one doesn't have confidence in himself or herself. How will I train you while you are a threat to me? But if I'm having the right skills, and then I will be able to mentor you, and then I will be able to groom you, and then that succession will be easier for me as a leader to make sure that my people, they follow me. To give examples, there were schools that were performing very well, but immediately that principals go to pension, the school collapsed because the person who is following, this person was only a hero, was working alone. So those things, they come only when one is having confidence in himself. Then if I'm having confidence in me, then I'll be able to bring my people, and then the teamwork will be vibrant. Nurturing lateral organizational learning, embracing start failures towards a growth development mindset and whatever. I'm still asking myself for Dr. Maja, we were talking about partnering. Somebody asked about PSTF and yourself. And then the challenge that we're having as the Department of Education, we know we are having a challenge of high unemployment rate. Our youth, they took different faculties, human resource management, PR, whatever. So now because they can't find job, then they went to UNISA. Then UNISA, they are offering method. They call it PGEC, postgraduate certificate. So this person doesn't even having a teacher subject content. It's just a diploma in human resource, but now it's having a method to teach. And then now you are an HR manager. You had to appoint an educator in the school. Dr. Maja, you said we must say no, not in my time. When I take a HR person with method in teaching and putting him in the system as an educator, what do I expect in the next 2 years, 3 years? The system will collapse. So now I'm taking this back to yourself. As you are planning around this UNISA coining of the subject content and whatever, I don't know who was advising, because most of our youth, they're having diploma in human resource management together with the method, and they cannot be employed in the public ordinary schools because they are not teachers. For you to be an educator, you must have 3 years subject content. Year 1, year 2, year 3. Then we call you a teacher, then we are looking for the method to teach those subjects. But this one is having a method, doesn't have the subject content. And then if because of the pressure you employ, then the system is gone. So it's a big challenge that we are facing. And then my plea is that in your partnership with UNISA and blah, blah, let's revisit the PGCE by offering. Then there were a lot of things, high turnover of staff versus the COVID and the burdens that we are facing. Now we had to do the visual meeting, we had to do the visual what we had to do, the work at home. We don't have resources, we don't have human resource power, we don't have resources as like laptops and whatever. So it's a serious challenge that needs really all of us to sit down. Then now I'm taking back to Dr. Letswalo. These things, I think they need to be re-looked into, because it's true we cannot go back. We are going forward, but where are the resources? Human resource power, resources, tools to utilize to take our country forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. President, would you mind just coming up so that you can give us a response? You'll respond there.
Jeanette has made comments, so for us that's food for thought. I'm not going to be responding to that, to those comments made. The only question that came was from the gentleman who asked about striking a balance between expectations to perform from SCOPA, Auditor General, and largely compliance issues. And how do we balance that with allowing people to make failures? I think the answer lies in the question itself. We need to strike a balance. It's not going to be that because we want to embrace organizational learning that we cannot demonstrate compliance with some of the prescripts that are there, or maybe expectations to deliver. We need to balance, and for me, that is what we need to always be aiming at. That if there are competing imperatives on two diametric opposites, we always need to forge a middle of the ground approach. So defend your staff as a manager where genuine start failures were made. And any person with a clear mind will appreciate that this is happening because the organization is willing to experiment with the unknown. And as I stated in that slide, is developing a mindset of growth and development. So it's not about staying in that lane of failure forever, but it's about learning from it and making sure that we are going to have to yield some results. It's like your change management process in organizations. You can't be justifying change without demonstrating results. So Carrot Levine and others will tell you that the way to deal with change is to make sure that the early gains are demonstrated and alerting people to the failures that we are encountering, but making them develop the confidence that the road we have charted for ourselves is the necessary one. So I'll argue for balance and not to go for binary logic again, either this or that. It needs to be a combo of the two.
Thank you. Are there any other more comments or questions? I'm told on the other room we do not have any questions. Okay, then we'll conclude that one there. Thank you so much, Mr. Soli. Then we're going to move on to the next speaker, which is our last speaker, Mr. Andries Mangokwana, who's going to be presenting on monitoring and evaluation of training and impact assessment. Just a brief background. He is a recognized monitoring and evaluation consultant with more than 20 years of broad range of experience in the corporate, public sector, international donors, and NGO sectors. He has extensive experience in the fields of research, organizational development, and policy development. He has done some consultancies in several countries, namely Namibia, Mozambique, Swaziland, Lesotho, Tanzania, Botswana, Zambia, and Uganda. He holds a master's degree in social science, specializing in social planning and administration from the University of Cape Town. And in addition, he is a postgraduate certificate in financial analysis from Wits University. And he's been with the National School of Government as an M&E panel of experts, as a facilitator, as well as an assessor. Colleagues, help me welcome Mr. Andries Mangokwana.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. And I also want to thank the National School of Government for deploying me to Limpopo. I'm just coming to share my thoughts and experiences with the human resource development practitioners. And as they've said, I'm not a human resource development practitioner myself. I'm a monitoring and evaluation practitioner. Therefore, I'm going to talk to you about how human resource development practitioners could help to facilitate monitoring and evaluation of training. My presentation will be structured around the following. First, I'll share with you some of the problems that we need to confront in terms of dealing with monitoring and evaluation. I'll talk about the results-based management framework. The third bullet, I'm going to spend some time and talk about a model that you can use that is very appropriate when you are dealing with training. The fourth element, I'm going to share with you the criteria that we normally use when we evaluate a program or an intervention and align that with the Kirkpatrick model. I'll give you my concluding remarks plus my observations. So let's contextualize what is the problem that we are confronted with. The first issue that I wanted to highlight is the fact that we are putting too much focus on training without assessing the results. And therefore, we need to ask ourselves, when we have done training, we must answer the question, and then what? Yes, we have spent these millions training people, and then what? Because we should not see training as an end in itself, but we should see it as a means to an end. And therefore, that is part of the problem. The second part of the problem is that we don't have sufficient tools to measure, to collect, and analyze data within our institutions. The third issue is around what we call in the M&E language, theory of change. Colleagues would have realized that when the sixth administration took office, one of the critical change that they introduced in the planning paradigm was the fact that when you do planning, both strategic and annual performance plan, it should be informed by theory of change. And I had the opportunity to interact with provinces, national, state-owned enterprises. Suffice to say, there's room for improvement because a lot of institutions, one, they were struggling maybe due to capacity, but others are taking shortcuts. The development of theory of change is a very rigorous process that needs to be followed. So if you are taking shortcuts, you will come up with a very weak theory of change. And when you have got a very weak theory of change, it affects the rest. The fourth issue that is problematic for me is around the fact that how do we ensure that our planning, the kind of programs that we develop, are informed by evidence? And I should also say, what kind of evidence are we going to collect to inform planning and programming? The last problem is around the poor link between training and performance. And I think it talks to the first issue I spoke about, where we are not seeing training as a means to an end, but we are seeing it as an end in itself. And therefore, we cannot really draw a correlation between the amount of money that was spent in training and how it has translated into performance, both at individual and organizational level. So if you look at the slides, right, this is the results-based approach. And I'm appealing to colleagues to really be familiar with this, even if you are not in the MNE, because as human resource development practitioners, you must situate yourself within this framework. At the center of that slide, it articulates what are the hierarchy of results. Okay? You'll see you have got impact, and then you have got outcomes. Those are your long-term results. And they should find expression in your strategic plan, because your strategic plan, you are developing plans for 5 years. If you go below the outcomes, you will have your outputs, your activities, and your inputs. And your outputs are your short-term immediate results. And those ones should find expression both in your annual performance plans and in your operational plans. But there is a dotted line there that I think you need to take into account. That talks to the control of influence and accountability. So below the outcomes, when we talk about outputs, activities, and inputs, those are things that are within your control. You have identified a need, you want to capacitate people, you do that. But you don't have control over the extent to which people will utilize what they've learned in training. You don't have control. You are just hoping to influence. And therefore, you need to know where does your responsibility lies. Right? So that's why that area of influence and accountability is very critical. So if we use the same results-based approach and apply it to training, right? So at the medium or long-term results, you are now talking about what has been the effect of the training on the individual. And I should also add, plus the organization. So in the long term, you have spent this amount of money providing training, but we need to be able to assess what has been the effect of whatever intervention we would have developed both on the employee and organization. Below the outcomes, you are talking about the outputs, you are assessing what is being gained in terms of knowledge. Of course, you will talk quantity in terms of the number of people that have been trained. You can disaggregate that in terms of gender and so forth. At the activity level, you are just talking about development of a training program, schedule, and just facilitating training, because facilitating a training is just an activity, right? And at the inputs level, you are talking about the needs assessment that you would have done to make sure that the type of training that you are doing are appropriate and suitable to whatever intervention you wanted to introduce. Then you'll talk about your training materials, your trainers, facilitators, and issues around logistics. So if you look at the results framework that I had spoken about, right? So the first column, that column we call it a result. So you're articulating your results at different intervals. You are talking about your intermediate results, your outcome, your short-term results, your outputs, your activities and inputs. When you are translating your plan, the next logical step after you have developed the results is to say, how am I going to measure my results, right? And then you are developing what we call indicators. And Soli was talking about striking a balance. Even in the M&E language, we say you also need to make sure that you have both quantitative and qualitative indicators. Because if you are focused on quantitative, numbers in themselves might not tell you the full story. And therefore, there's a need also to make sure that you measure both quantity and quality. The next process after you have developed how you are going to measure your results is to understand your status quo. Where am I? It's your baseline. Every time when you are developing an intervention, you should also know where are you, so that at the end of the intervention, you can go back and say, no, when I started, I was here. This is the change that I was able to influence. Beyond the starting point, then you identify how much do you want to achieve, and that will be your target. There's another critical element in that chain called MOV. In M&E language, is called means of verification, right? It's very important that when you have developed an intervention, upfront you agree what kind of evidence am I going to collect throughout my intervention, so that I can prove at the end to say this intervention has happened. So I did say I'm going to spend some time to share with you a model that you can use when you evaluate a training. And that model is called Kirkpatrick Evaluation Model. It's a very old model that has been developed since 1950s, but it's still relevant, right? It has got 4 levels. I like the definition that the model gave about evaluation. It talks about evaluation as measuring changes in behavior that occur as a result of training programs. So we go beyond numbers. We are saying what kind of behavior has changed as a result of our training programs. It has got 4 levels. I'll share with you the 4 levels now. And a few years back, they've added a 5th level, which is return on investment. Okay. So this is the Kirkpatrick model. So the first level is about satisfaction. That's where you are asking the learners, the participants, whether they liked the program. The second level is learning. You are checking whether if they learn the content of the training intervention. The third level is called impact. Right? Did the learners deploy the learnings on the job? Because you are training people so that they can apply it in their job situation. So you are assessing what has been the impact of whatever training you would have done on the job itself. The fourth level is called results. There you are assessing whether the implementation of the training program has had any impact on the organizational outcomes or business results. The last level is called return on investment. You are checking whether the training investment has paid off. So if you look at this model and you want to use it for your training intervention, so the first two levels, the satisfaction, the learning level, there you can do what we call pre and post. Assess the knowledge of your participants, learners before they go through the intervention itself. Then you can go back and do the evaluation and see what has changed as a result of your intervention. The third and fourth level, which is the impact and results, you can do a performance appraisal. At the fifth level, the return on investment, that's where then you look at the performance of an institution in its entirety. So I'm going to spend some time to talk about each level, and in particular, what are some of the tools that you can use. The first level is called reaction. There you are assessing how the participants have received the training. And some of the tools and methods that you can use, you can do what we call the happy sheets, feedback forms, and I'm sure a lot of you have gone for training. At the end of the training, you are given an evaluation form to complete. Those are some of the tools that you can use. And in terms of practicability, I mean, it's quick and very easy to obtain. It's not expensive. So that's the first level that you can do. The learning part, you are assessing the extent to which knowledge has been gained or increased. The tools that you can use typically as assessments or tests before and after. You can also combine that with interviews. You can also observe. You as a manager, you can go and observe how the knowledge has been increased. It's again relatively simple to set up, and it's not easy, it's not complex. Right? The other level is behavior. Here we are checking whether the individuals, the participants, the learners that they've been trained, to what extent have they applied that in their work environment? And the tools that you can use observation, you can use interviews, and measure the change that may have occurred as a result of your training intervention. The results, as I said, you are now looking at what has been the effect on the institution itself. It's a bit complicated there, but if you are having management systems and reporting in place, you can do that. Individually, it's not difficult, unlike the whole organization. Okay? So that is the different levels of Kirkpatrick model. So this section, I'm going to share with you what are the criteria that we use when we evaluate, be it a program, a project, or an intervention. Okay? So the first critical criteria that we use when we do evaluation is about relevance. Right? And relevance has to talk about whether that training that we had offered, was it relevant to the participants? Okay? Is it aligned to individual goals? plus the organizational outputs and outcomes. Is it a priority in government, for example? That should talk to alignment of priorities. That should talk to relevance. That's one critical criteria. Every time you are thinking of an intervention, ask yourself, how relevant is this intervention within the broader scheme of things? The second criteria that is very critical is around effectiveness. And effectiveness in simple language is about, are you doing the right things? Right? Are you doing the right thing? You said this is what you are going to do. Are you doing them? Right? So to what extent are the learning outcomes achieved? What is going according to plan and what is not? And also ask yourself, what are some of the unintended results? Right? You may have positive outcomes, but you may also have unintended results. And assess also what are the internal and external factors that either have influenced you achieving the results or made it difficult for you to achieve the results. The third criteria that is very critical is around efficiency. And there are two elements around efficiency. It's about time and cost. Whether whatever intervention that you have carried out, how efficient was it? Right? Could more have been done with the same or less resources or in less time? You are asking yourself that particular question. The fourth element is around sustainability. And we shouldn't always look at sustainability from a financial point of view. Sustainability has got different elements. Swoli was talking about environmental sustainability, right? Sustainability also in terms of technical, the ability to do things on your own. The issues around systems, whether when Swoli leaves, the entire organization will collapse. Do we have proper systems in place that may outlive individuals? That should talk to you about sustainability. And how easy or difficult will participants be able to use what they've learned, right? So it's about issues around sustainability. The fifth element, the criteria that we normally use is around impact. So what has been the impact of training, both at individual and organizational level? What are the intended, unintended, positive and negative effects of whatever intervention? Coherence is also a relatively new criteria, but it's very important, especially within the development sector, where you are asking yourself, how does the training fit in with other programs in the organization? And the message there is to improve alignment and synergy. I mean, I can talk to you about the silo mentality that exists in most of your institutions. So always think around coherence. Whatever intervention you are doing, ask yourself, how does it fit in with other programs that we have in the organization? So those 6 elements are the criteria that we use when we evaluate, be it a training as an intervention, any program. These are is the Bible for monitoring and evaluation. So I'm going to share with you how the criteria will align or could be aligned with the Kirkpatrick model. The relevance where you are asking the alignment of whatever you are doing with priorities, that is aligned to level 1 in terms of the reaction. Where you are asking yourself whether you did the right things is level 1, reaction and learning. Efficiency is about time and cost. It's the return on investment. Sustainability is also about different things: environment, technical systems that you have. It relates to level 3 and 4, impact level 4, which is about the results. Because the coherence is a relatively new criteria in evaluation, it doesn't really fit nicely in the Kirkpatrick model. I leave a question mark there. You go and do some research and see how relevance will fit in with the Kirkpatrick model. Okay? I'm going towards the end now, and these are my concluding remarks. The first issue that I wanted to raise, and I think it has been embedded in the discussion that we had, is that you can only monitor and evaluate what you have planned. Right? That's the first critical thing that I wanted to say, and it reinforces the need for you as practitioners to participate very actively in strategic planning processes and annual planning process. I'm sure there are people who are dedicated to facilitate strategic plan and annual performance plans, but don't be left behind. Don't be left behind. Make sure that actively you fight for your space. The second thing I wanted to raise is to ask yourself, how do we strategically position training to contribute towards achievement of organizational outcomes, the results? The third element, I overheard Soli talking about it, is the importance of holding individuals accountable, right? How do we institute that culture where people are held responsible? Yes, there will be a space for people to make mistakes, but there are times where people must account for their actions. The fourth element is around how do we go beyond measuring numbers when we talk about training? And we just go above and also talk about the individual and organizational performance. Some reflections. I'll also throw some questions. I don't have answers myself. It's food for thought. The first thing is that let's not use training to dump money not used during the year. Right? Yes. You are demeaning the intervention. I can share with you several instances where I've been asked to go and facilitate training, and it's between January and March, and that particular institution has just realized that they had a lot of money that they didn't use, and participants were forced to attend. If you can't attend, you must write a letter to the HOD why you can't attend. And as a result of that, you end up with participants who are very angry, just coming for the training. One, they haven't even identified the need for themselves. Right? They haven't identified the need that we want to be trained in this. An institution has just realized that, hey, we've got too much money, we don't know what to do with the money. Let's just organize training so that before the end of financial year, we have spent. Fortunately, with the impact of COVID, last year, that tendency was a bit arrested. So we didn't see it. But you as human resource development practitioners, don't allow a situation where your training intervention is used as a dumping ground. That's one. The second thing is around the development mechanism to enforce accountability. It always pains me, being an assessor within National School of Government, where an institution will spend millions to pay for an accredited course, but the participants don't even have a responsibility to submit POE. It's government money, right? So where lies accountability? Where you as human resource development, you took your budget and say, let's train our staff, and this is an accredited course, but there's no obligation for them to submit POE. That's an issue that you need to deal with. The other issue is around the misalignment between strategic planning and training. You find that this is the direction where the institution wants to go, But the type of training that you are offering your participants, there is a misalignment. They are not even helping the individuals to achieve the broader organizational outcomes. The issue around the workplace skills plan, are we just doing it for compliance, or you are putting people at the center to develop human resource? The other reflection that I wanted to share with you is around, there's always this myth that if a training is accredited, therefore it's of good quality, right? And I'm posing a question to say, how do we monitor the quality of training provided for by the accredited service providers who are intent on making profit, right? It's a myth that if the course, yes, if the course is accredited, it just gives you that comfort, but it doesn't mean the quality might not be compromised. So how do we ensure that even when the course is accredited, we still make sure that we put proper mechanisms to monitor and evaluate? I'll leave you with this final note from Einstein, who says, not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mangwana. Colleagues, training is the biggest part of our work as we are all here. So M&E is also very important to assess the impact of the training, because we don't want to just perform training just for the sake of training. So I'm gonna open the floor for questions. I see already there's one at the back. So I'm noting you as the first one. Any other questions or comments on this topic? Noted. Mr. Nage. Take you as the second. Do we have any hands on the other room? We have two on the other room. Okay, we'll go to the second room as the third and fourth. Can we please have the first one from the back?
Thank you, Program Director. I just couldn't stand, sit on my seat while Mr. Mangwana spoke. We, as the Office of the Premier, we just come here to share practices. This is the platform for us to share practices or experiences that we had. The office intended to train by that time, I think it was 60, instead we started about 120, so the submission was chopped down and we managed, and then they said we must train 60. Then again, it was chopped down. We managed to train, if I'm not mistaken, we trained about 30 or so. The candidates who attended the M&E, remember this M&E has got 7 modules, if I'm not mistaken, but we spread in all sections. What I can tell you that we had people from legal. It was unusual for them to appreciate the exposure to the program. It composed of SMS and MMS, mostly female. So it will be injustice for me, even though Mr. Matsita is not here, but just to say that this was the one of the highlights that we had as the province and Office of the Premier. And just to share that things are happening and all the candidates, like not all of them, but about 80 to 90% completed their POEs. And it's not that program alone. I just wanted to stand up, to say, Mr. Mangwana, because I'm the coordinator. The second group, they were allocated another facilitator for Module 1. But when they were about to go to attend the Module 1 in NSG, facilitated venue. I was told that they want Mr. Mangokwan for Module 1. I mean, is it Module 1? Yes. Because sometimes we don't talk about these things, and it happened that we don't do anything. And this is the platform that we should share, because people just assume that people are doing workplace skills plan for the sake of doing it. We are not doing it. By that time, we had a dedicated fund in the office. So unfortunately, we're no more having that. This is one program that I'm proudly standing here to represent the province. Thanks.
Thank you, Medineo. Mr. Nakin.
Thanks, Program Director. My issue is actually also relating to the presentation by Mr. Mkhalaji. The issue of monitoring and evaluation vis-a-vis the performance management development system that we have in public service and management resilience as presented by Mr. Mkhalaji. The rumor mill has it that we're facing out PMDS because it's not yielding the desired results. Now the question is it the system? Is the system itself a problem, or is the implementation by custodians of the system a problem? What is wrong with the system? Is it because we had failed to implement the system and we're not taking responsibility, we're passing the buck that the system is not effective? Now, in your presentation on monitoring and evaluation, you talked of having to understand what the outputs and the outcomes are, and you work out your personal performance targets vis-a-vis the performance achievements of the organization. Because whatever you do, you should benefit from it as an individual, and the organization should also benefit. But if we take that tool that measures our performance, which is your PMDS, what are we going to replace it with that will work? And underlining the fact that what is the problem? Is it us or the tool itself that has maybe deficiencies? Thanks.
Thank you. Before you come to respond, can we take the first one from the second room?
Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to thank the presentation from Mr. Mangokwane. That's a very thorny issue in our department, especially in HRD. We are unable to do monitoring and evaluation, return on investment, impact assessment. One, because of lack of human resource and capacity skills. Because in our department, it's a very small department. HRD is meant by just 3 people, a deputy director, assistant director, and HRD practitioner doing everything HRD, including the planning. Although the deputy director is included in the strategic planning session, but in management meetings, HRD is not represented. So we would like to have training, especially on M&E, impact assessment and return on investment, because in the HRD strategic framework and even the annual implementation plan, we are supposed to report on this plan and report on what we have done. We train, but we are unable to do impact assessment because of the reasons I've already cited of lack of capacity, especially personnel, because we are only 3. So we have tried to put plans in action for M&E, but we always fail because there are so many things to do, but just very few hands to do that. So if at least we can be capacitated in this, I hope NSG can assist us in this then we can maybe be able to implement this so that we can know that whatever we send our employees for training for, then there is improvement in their performance as well as in organizational performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we also have the second speaker from the second group?
Good afternoon. My name is Machweni. I'm very much pleased with the presentation. Can we have a session or a workshop where we focus really on the return on investment so that one can be able to implement it back in the office? As I could see, we are just sucking. The other one is using this method, the other one. Can't we have a standardized M&E whereby we know each and every one of us, like we do with the WSP? We all know how we should do it. And I can say we monitor and we evaluate the WSP, but the return on investment part is not really taken care of. And it's needed by the committees to see as to whether are we really doing what we wanted to do. So can we please have a standardized type of a form, I don't know, whereby I know that even if I'm ad-leaded, the other one in Premier is doing the same thing, so that we can also have a platform where we can have, let's say maybe number 2, I don't understand it, I can ask the other person. So let's not work in silos based on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I know some of them were comments, others were suggestions, but I'll give you an opportunity to just give some feedback. You can use the smart, Mr. Mangokona.
Yes, thanks for the comment. I think the difficult question is for Sol, of linking PMDS with monitoring and evaluation. I think for the Office of the Premier, I think thanks for the compliments. For those institutions that are looking for capacity building, human resource capacity, return on investment, I was not coached by NSG to promote NSG. The entire leadership is here. I think you will be talking to the right people. They will help you to navigate and see how they can support you in terms of some of the needs that we have identified. Thank you.
And this is very good with baiting exchange. Colleagues, and Budi, to your question in particular around PMDS review, well, I'm not particularly aware of the intentions about the PMDS as it stands, but I've always been worried about the length of time it has been in existence in its current form. I know there have been some cosmetic changes, if you like, by the Department of Public Service and Administration around the repositioning of some of the, for example, the rating scale as well as the competency battery. And to that effect, maybe the change is necessary. Do we have to remove the PMDS entirely? I don't think that is the approach, but for a system that has been in place from 2007, if I'm not making a mistake, there's a justifiable case that it needs to be reviewed, particularly if you look at the current developments that will require a different methodology around how do we see performance and monitoring and evaluation in the work that we are doing. Again, it can't be business as usual, taking the mantra from my presentation on organizational resilience in particular. Anything that has existed for that period of time, in my view, needs to be reviewed, but I would caution against existing without instruments that must enhance the monitoring and evaluation of our performance. So I mean, think about the Likert scale as was used in the PMDS, the 5-point Likert scale. Remember the 5-point scale? I know that the DPSA has moved from that to a 4-point scale now. And my argument, like I was saying in my presentation, you can't absolutize a model as if it is the only wisdom existing in the whole world. So Likert has lived its time. Do we have to have a case for a new thinking around particularly rating scales? The same applies to what Andres was presenting with regard to the Kirkpatrick model. If you look at that model and the models that analyzed the deficiencies within Kirkpatrick's model and came up with a model that does not include the 4 elements, but have gone to as far as identifying 6 and others as battery indicators on how do we do monitoring and evaluation and return on investment on the training interventions that we're making. So the little bit of input that I can make around that is that, yes, we need to review the, not the Kirkpatrick, but the Likert scale, but 2, quite importantly, we need to review the competency battery as well. Speaker after speaker, right from the beginning, Maja indicated it can't be business as usual. We are faced with new challenges. Things will have to be done differently. Now, with that as a premise of departure, there needs to be a recognition of the fact that we need to have a different set of competencies that are current with the times, and for that, we need to review. But we can't live without an instrument like that. That's my view.
Thank you. Do we still have any more hands on the second room? No more hands. And on the main room, are there any other comments and questions before we conclude? Okay, that's it. Thank you so much, Mr. Mangokwana, for your presentation and the engagement from the colleagues. Please, let's give him another round of applause. Colleagues, we've come to the end of day 1, and I think we'll all agree that we've had a fruitful session, a lot of engagement with the presentation, and I'd like to thank everyone who participated, all our presenters, and all the colleagues, HRP practitioners, and everyone who are present. Before we close, I'd like to call Dr. Maja to help present a token of appreciation to some of the speakers who were present with us. If Dr. Litwala could come forward, just a little token to say thank you. Mangoba. Round of applause, colleagues. Can we just get a photo of that, please? Sorry, we missed it. Thank you. And then can we also ask Mr. Mangokwana to also come forward? Thank you so much. Colleagues, tomorrow it's day 2, another day packed of presentation and engagement. We are also going to look forward to group discussions, which is one platform that we use to have engagement or share experiences or even challenges that we are currently facing. We know we now operating under the new normal. So if you could all be present, I see the room is full today, and also the second room, can we please have everyone in attendance tomorrow as well? We will convene at 8:30 for registration, and then the session will start promptly at 9 o'clock. Thank you so much for coming through.